Imagine you are lying in bed, looking at the stars. Suddenly, a strange light moves in ways no plane can. People have seen ships that vanish, voices no one explains, and stories the news never told. Tonight, you will hear the true UFO sightings that the world tried to forget. After this, you will never look at the night sky the same way again. You do not remember the beginning clearly. Only fragments. A pale light against the curtains. A whisper that wasn't quite a voice. A dream where the stars moved closer than they should. Even now, when you close your eyes, the memory drifts back like fog returning to the valley. A childhood moment, wrapped in mystery, always too sharp to be just a dream, always too strange to be easily forgotten. You are small again, bare feet pressed against a cool wooden floor. The air tastes faintly of summer dust and the smell of night-blooming flowers outside your window. The world is asleep around you, but your eyes refuse to close. Because above the roof, above the quiet town, the stars are waiting. They twinkle with an unusual brightness tonight, almost alive, and for the first time, you feel the unshakable pull of something vast and ancient. You, the child staring at forever. You, the dreamer who cannot rest because the sky is too loud with silence. The bed beneath you creaks when you sit up. The house hums with the low groan of pipes and the distant rumble of a refrigerator. Familiar sounds, comforting sounds. Yet beyond them, something else, something hidden. Outside the window, the night is black velvet stretched across endlessness, punctured by scattered pinpricks of light. The stars have never looked this near. You lean closer, pressing your small palms against the window pane. The glass is cold, your breath fogs it. And there, far beyond the ordinary constellations, one light pulses, not twinkling, not steady, pulsing, a rhythm, a beat, like a signal. We are. The thought flickers in your head, faint as static. A wordless chant, half dream, half signal. You blink. Was that your imagination? The pulse continues. The room feels different now. The corners stretch darker, shadows gathering where they shouldn't. The air holds still, as if even the wind outside is waiting. You climb back into bed, but the sheets no longer feel safe. You lie awake, staring through the blinds, following that pulsing star. A moth flutters against the glass, its fragile body thudding in desperate wings. You hear the distant bark of a dog, then sudden silence, not just quiet, silence. Even the insects outside, so loud in the summer, fall away into stillness. Your chest tightens, your fingers grip the blanket, and then it happens. The pulsing light moves, not across the sky like a shooting star, not steady like an airplane, but closer, downward, straight toward you. It begins as a shimmer, so far away it might still be mistaken for starlight. But then the shimmer expands, deepens, grows. You watch it swell in size, in brightness, until it is no longer a star, but a glowing sphere, descending silently. The house should be shaking, the air should be roaring, but there is no sound, only stillness. Your small heart hammers against your ribs. You cannot move. You cannot blink. The sphere halts above the tree line, hangs there, waiting. Child of Earth, do not fear, do not fear. The whisper again, this time clearer. Inside your head, not from your ears. Calm, steady, unhurried. A voice that is neither male nor female, neither kind nor cruel. You squeeze your eyes shut, but the glow still presses through your eyelids. When you open them, the light is stronger. Shadows stretch across your walls, bending and warping. Your toys cast long, unnatural shapes. The old clock on your dresser ticks loudly, each second an echo in the still air. Then the ticking stops, not slows, not breaks. Stops. You hold your breath. The world has frozen. A faint hum vibrates in your bones, though the air is silent. The sphere outside pulses brighter, its rhythm now in time with your heartbeat. You feel a strange warmth in your chest, like a soft thread pulling you upward. For a moment, you are certain you are floating, though the bed holds you still. Your lips part. A word you do not know slips from your mouth, too soft to hear, too strange to understand. We are here. We are here. You want to scream, to run, to hide under the blanket as children do. But you cannot. You are caught between terror and wonder, both heavy as chains and light as air. The sphere shifts. It slides silently to the side, then back. Testing, searching. The glow expands across your ceiling, painting your room in silver. For a fleeting second, you see shapes moving within the light. Tall, thin, almost human. They do not step forward. They only watch. Your breath comes shallow. You press a trembling hand to your face, as if to shield yourself from their gaze. And then, without sound, the glow begins to fade. The sphere retracts, pulling back into the sky. The hum in your bones softens, then vanishes. The clock resumes ticking, as though nothing had happened. The dog barks again. Insects hum. The world continues, but nothing feels the same. You lie there in the dark, eyes wide, staring at the space where the sphere once hovered. The voice lingers, echoing like a memory not fully yours. Remember, remember. Your chest rises and falls with uneven breaths. Every sound in the room feels sharper now. The creak of the floorboards, the faint rustle of curtains, the distant train on its midnight track. And yet, behind them all, the silence remains. A silence that waits. You pull the blanket tighter around yourself, but warmth does not return. Your hands are clammy, your skin prickled with goosebumps. You do not sleep for hours. When you finally close your eyes, the image returns. The sphere, the shadows inside, the whisper that was not a dream. It stays with you. It never leaves. Morning comes, but the light of day cannot erase the memory. You try to convince yourself it was only imagination, only childhood dreaming. Yet deep inside, you know. The stars had moved, the silence had spoken, and someone, something, had been watching you. The thought chills you, yet also pulls at you with curiosity. A secret between you and the night sky. You will carry this with you, though you do not know it yet, because this was only the beginning. The sky above is blue again, but when you glance at it, you think you see the faintest shimmer where the sphere once hovered. You look away quickly, pretending not to notice, but the whisper stirs again, just beneath the surface of your thoughts. We are not gone. We are waiting. And as you drift toward uneasy rest, you already sense it. This night was not the end. It was the first calling, the first reminder, the first step into the silence that watches from above. You remember it first as a flicker, not a steady beam, not a simple star, a pulse, like the faint throb of a lantern too far away to be real. It lived just beyond the frame of your window, waiting for your eyes to adjust, waiting for you to notice. You lie there in the dark, the blanket pulled up to your chin, the faint tick of the clock whispering seconds across the room. The air is still, unnaturally still, as if even the night is holding its breath. You tell yourself it is nothing, perhaps a plane banking wide, perhaps a reflection on the glass. But something inside you knows better. This is not a reflection. This is not a plane. The glow lingers. You shift on the mattress, pushing yourself upright. The wood beneath the bed groans faintly, a sound too loud in the silence. The glow does not blink away. It remains soft but steady, hovering like a patient eye. The curtains stir, though no breeze enters the room. A faint chill touches your skin, raising goosebumps along your arms. You whisper to yourself, barely moving your lips. It's nothing. It's nothing. But the words fall empty. They do not echo. They do not soothe. The glow brightens. Your bare feet touch the floor. The boards creak, a sound you have heard 1,000 times, but tonight it feels amplified, as though the house is aware of your movement. You pad slowly to the window. The glass is cool beneath your fingers when you part the blinds. Outside, the world looks wrong. The familiar trees stretch upward, their branches etched in silver from the glow. The rooftops of your neighborhood slumber in neat rows, yet their outlines blur as if seen through water. The night air itself seems thickened, bent by something unseen. And there, above the tree line, the glow hangs. It is no longer a flicker, it is a presence. You stare, unable to look away. The glow swells, contracts, then swells again, not like a light, but low. Ike breath, breathing, alive. Closer, closer. The whisper slides across your mind like a ripple through still water. It is not heard with ears, but felt inside, as if the thought is your own. Yet you know it is not yours. Your hand trembles on the window frame. The glow shifts, descending in the air with impossible grace. Not falling, not flying, drifting. A moth beats against the glass in front of your eyes, its wings frantic, its body thudding again and again. It does not fly away, it does not rest. It only collides, desperate, as though trying to flee the light behind it. You step back, heart quickening, but you cannot retreat far. Your room feels smaller now, the corners filled with watching shadows. The air is heavy, pressing against your chest, yet no sound dares to break it. And then, the glow pulses sharply. The world outside reacts. The trees quiver, though the wind is still. The dog 2 houses away barks once, twice, then falls silent mid-cry. Crickets vanish into nothingness. The night folds into a vacuum. You are left in silence deeper than silence. The glow hovers directly outside your window now, so close you can see its texture. It is not smooth. It ripples faintly, like light bending through water, edges shifting, unstable. Colors spark within it, blue, white, violet, flickering like veins of lightning trapped inside. You press your hand flat against the glass, though every instinct screams to pull it away. The cold seeps through, yet your palm tingles, as though something on the other side is reaching back. The glow shudders, expands, contracts. Then, for the briefest second, it shapes itself. Within the light, dark silhouettes shift, slender, elongated, standing too tall to be human. They blur as quickly as they appear, like shadows glimpsed through fog. But you see them, and they see you. Your breath catches. You try to step back, but your legs feel heavy, rooted. You are not alone. Never alone. The whisper again. Calm. Steady. Like a lullaby for the sleepless. You blink once, and in that blink, the glow changes. It presses against the window pane, yet the glass does not crack, does not resist. The light seeps through as though solid barriers mean nothing. Threads of silver crawl across your ceiling, your walls, your bed. The room is filled with pale brilliance, drowning every shadow until only you remain distinct. For a moment, it feels warm, almost comforting, like moonlight made tangible, wrapping you in its embrace. But beneath the warmth is something colder, sharper, a sensation of being examined. The shadows within the light move again, closer. Your pulse races. Your mouth opens, but no sound escapes. The clock on your dresser stops. The second hand halts mid-tick. Time itself has frozen. The only movement is the glow and the shapes inside it. You cannot breathe, or perhaps you do not need to breathe. The air feels suspended inside your lungs, trapped in stillness. You try to close your eyes, but even in darkness, the glow remains, pressing through your eyelids, burning into your mind. The whisper grows stronger, layered now, as though more than one presence speaks at once. See us. Remember us. Do not fear. Your chest tightens. Tears prick your eyes, though no pain drives them. Only awe, only the immensity of what stands before you. Then, as suddenly as it began, the glow retracts. It pulls away, shrinking into itself, drifting backward into the trees. The colors collapse, the brilliance dims, and the night returns its silence to you. The moth drops still against the sill, wings broken, tiny body unmoving. The clock ticks once more. Time has resumed. You stagger backward, collapsing onto the bed, heart pounding so loud it fills your ears. Your palms are damp with sweat. Your mouth is dry. Yet when you glance at the window, there is no trace. The stars scatter above the tree line as they always have, quiet and indifferent. But you know what you saw. You lie back against the pillow, eyes wide, replaying the glow again and again in your mind. The warmth, the whispers, the silhouettes. Every fragment carves itself into memory, too vivid to dismiss. You close your eyes, but the after-image remains, a circle of light, expanding and contracting, beating like a heart. The voice lingers, softer now, fading into the rhythm of your breath. We will return. And even as you drift into uneasy rest, you sense it. The glow beyond the window is not gone. It is waiting for the next night, waiting for you. It begins as all dreams do, without warning. One moment you are lying in your bed, heart still trembling from the glow that visited your window. The next, the world tilts, bends, and opens into something you cannot explain. At first, it feels ordinary, a dream of childhood places, of fields and streets you know well. But the edges blur too quickly, melting like paint beneath water. Trees bend in strange directions, houses stretch taller than they should, and the sky, always the sky, presses down, heavy and endless. And then the whisper begins, soft, thin, almost part of your own breath. Wake, child of light. Wake. The sound echoes not from outside, but from within. You turn in the dream, searching, but no one stands there. Only the landscape, silent and waiting. You walk barefoot across ground that feels neither like grass nor earth, but something in between. The soil glows faintly with its own pale shimmer, as if lit from beneath. Each step hums faintly through your bones, a vibration more than a sound. The sky above flickers, stars pulse in and out of existence, constellations rearranging themselves in unnatural patterns. Lines connect, then break, like a map being drawn and erased over and over. Closer, closer. The whisper drifts again, coaxing you forward. You try to resist. You tell yourself it is only a dream. But in this place, your thoughts hold little power. Your body moves as if guided by strings, pulled deeper into the strange landscape. Ahead, a faint glow rises from beyond a hill, not the steady glow of the window light. This is softer, scattered, almost like lanterns swaying in the dark. You climb, each step heavier than the last, each breath caught in your chest. At the top, you see it. A field of light. Dozens, no, hundreds of glowing orbs float above the ground, drifting in slow patterns, weaving like dancers caught in a silent rhythm. They pulse intly, in unison, as though breathing together. The sight is beautiful, terrifying, familiar. The orbs drift closer, circling you. Their glow presses against your skin, cool yet tingling, like static brushing across your arms. Your breath quickens, and then you see shapes within them. Tall, thin, elongated, the same silhouettes that had appeared inside the glow at your window. But here they are clearer, sharper, moving with intention. They do not touch you, they do not speak, yet their presence is undeniable. Your knees weaken, you feel the urge to fall, to kneel as though in reverence or fear. Do not fear, we are with you. The whispers intensify, layered now, overlapping in strange harmony. Too many voices to count, yet all speaking as one. The field dissolves. Suddenly you are in your room again, lying in your bed. The window glows faintly, curtains stirring though no wind enters. For a moment, relief washes through you. A dream, you tell yourself. Only a dream. But then you hear it again. Awake within dream, dream within waking. Your breath catches. The voice is not gone. It followed you here. You sit up, trembling, pressing your back to the wall. Your room looks the same, the toys on the shelf, the dresser with its clock, the shadows stretching long across the floor. And yet everything feels thinner, less solid, as though you are not fully awake. The blanket in your hands ripples strangely, shifting between fabric and light. You squeeze your eyes shut, You whisper, "Stop, please stop." But the whispers only grow stronger. "We have always been. You have always known." Your eyelids flicker with images. A sky split by light, a circle of figures standing in silence, a cold table surrounded by walls of white. Flashes, fragments, too quick to hold, too sharp to forget. You gasp, opening your eyes, clutching at your chest. The images vanish. The room returns, but your skin is damp, your heart frantic. You cannot tell where the dream ends and waking begins. You stumble from the bed, pressing your face to the cool glass of the window. The night outside is quiet again. The stars twinkle innocently as if nothing had happened. But deep in your bones, you know. The glow is still out there. The voices are still watching. You whisper into the night, barely audible. "Why me?" The silence answers with one final phrase, faint as fading static. "Because you remember." You return to bed, but sleep does not come easily. When it does, it is shallow, broken by flickers of light and soft echoes of voices. Morning arrives eventually, sunlight spilling across your pillow. The world looks normal again, ordinary. The dog bark. Birds sing. The clock ticks. And yet, the memory clings. The dream is too sharp, too detailed. It lingers like smoke in your lungs. All day, you carry it with you. At school, words blur on the blackboard. In conversation, you drift, half present. No one notices, no one asks. But inside, the whispers still coil, curling through the cracks of your thoughts. Dream within waking, waking within dream. You wonder if you will ever sleep again without hearing them. That night, as you lie beneath the blanket once more, you hesitate before closing your eyes. The glow does not appear at the window. The whispers remain faint. But just before you drift into sleep, you feel it. The faintest pulse beneath your skin, beating in rhythm with something unseen. The glow waits. The voices wait. And the dream is not finished. Morning arrives heavy, as though the night has left its shadow clinging to your skin. You wake with the weight of memory pressing against you, the glow at the window, the whispers that curled into your dreams. You know it happened. You know it was real. And yet, the house around you hums with the familiar rhythm of ordinary life. The scent of breakfast drifts through the air, warm and normal. You hear the faint clatter of dishes, the low hum of the radio in the kitchen. The voices of your parents rise and fall in ordinary conversation, as if nothing in the world has shifted. But for you, everything has. You sit at the edge of the bed, staring at the floor. The wood beneath your feet feels colder than it should. Your reflection in the mirror looks the same, but your eyes feel older, as if they now carry something you cannot explain. And you know, deep inside, you cannot keep it to yourself. You move slowly down the hallway, each step echoing too loudly in the quiet house. The air smells of toast and coffee, the kind of scent that should make you feel safe, yet your stomach knots, your hands tremble. In the kitchen, your parents look up, smiling with the absent warmth of morning routine. They greet you with simple words, unaware of the secret pressed heavy in your chest. You sit at the table, staring at the plate before you, the food untouched. The radio plays a cheerful tune, but you hear nothing except the whispers echoing from the night before. Your mother notices first. She tilts her head, voice soft, asking if you are all right. You nod at first, afraid to speak, but the words build inside you, clawing for release, and finally, they break free. You tell them about the glow at the window. You describe how it pulsed like a heartbeat, how the air fell silent, how the clock stopped. You tell them about the shapes within the light, tall and watching. You speak of the whispers, calm yet inhuman, that filled your mind. The words tumble out quickly, trembling, urgent. You do not look at them as you speak. You keep your eyes fixed on your hands, clenched in your lap. When you finish, silence fills the kitchen. The radio hums faintly, the only sound. You glance up, finally daring to see their faces. Your father looks down at his plate, jaw tight, fork unmoving. Your mother stares at you with a softness that feels wrong, not disbelief, not anger, but something else, something unreadable. Then she smiles, forced and thin. She tells you it was only a dream. Children have vivid imaginations. Sometimes the mind plays tricks in the night. Her voice is soothing, careful, too careful. Your father clears his throat, mutters agreement. He says you must have been half asleep, that strange lights in the sky are just airplanes, just tricks of reflection. But as he speaks, he doesn't meet your eyes. You feel the sting of dismissal, the ache of not being believed. But deeper than that, you feel something stranger, because beneath their words, beneath the softness of their voices, lies something else. Fear. Your mother's hands tremble faintly as she pours coffee into her cup. Your father's jaw clenches as he stares at the table, his knuckles white against the fork. They do not believe you, and yet they do. They are pretending for you, pretending for themselves, and in that moment you realize something important. This is not the first time. The realization strikes like lightning. You think back to nights when you were younger, nights when you woke to find them standing by the window, whispering in hushed tones, nights when the dog barked frantically, and your father went outside only to return pale and silent. Nights when the phone rang at odd hours, and your mother answered in whispers before quickly hanging up. You never thought much of it before, but now the pieces fit together in unsettling ways. Perhaps they too have seen, perhaps they too have heard, and perhaps they have chosen silence. The day drags onward, filled with the ordinary, but ordinary no longer comforts you. Each sound feels too sharp, each glance from your parents too careful. At dinner, conversation stumbles. They speak of work, of chores, of neighbors. They do not mention your story. They pretend it never left your lips, but their silence speaks louder than words. When night comes again, you find yourself lying in bed, staring at the same window. The glow does not return. The stars twinkle, as they always do. But you know you are not alone in carrying this. Your parents may deny it, but in their eyes you saw the truth. They know something. They are hiding something, and they will not speak of it. The clock ticks steadily in the darkness. You close your eyes, but the whispers remain, faint and lingering. Secrets kept. Silence shared. Remember. The words slide across your mind like a hand pressing gently on your shoulder. They do not frighten you now. They comfort you in their strange way. Because even if your parents pretend not to believe, something else does. You drift towards sleep, the edges of the dream already pulling at you. But before you surrender, you feel the faintest tug in your chest, a warmth that was not there before. It is not the glow, not yet. It is the memory of the secret you told. And though they dismissed it, though they smiled and brushed it aside, you know it has changed everything. For you, for them, for what waits outside. You do not mean to find it. It begins as a simple search, a restless evening when the memory of the glow refuses to leave you. The house is quiet, your parents tucked away in the living room, the soft murmur of the television drifting through the walls. You wander into the attic, following a pull you cannot name. The air is thick with dust, heavy with the scent of wood and age. Boxes are stacked in uneven towers, marked with fading handwriting. Toys, winter clothes, old papers. The single bulb above flickers when you pull its chain, casting the room in pale yellow light. Shadows stretch long between the stacks, bending into corners where the light does not reach. You kneel beside a box marked schoolwork, lifting its creaking lid. Inside are pages of old drawings, spelling tests, faded worksheets, a childhood preserved in paper, forgotten until now. And then, beneath it all, you see it. The paper is curled at the edges, yellowed by time. The crayon marks have smeared, yet the image remains unmistakable. A circle, a glowing sphere drawn in uneven strokes of silver and white. Lines radiating outward like beams. And inside, faint stick-like shapes, tall, thin, with dark hollow eyes. Your breath catches. It is the glow. The same glow that hovered outside your window, the same silhouettes that shifted within its light. You drew this years ago, long before the memory of last week's encounter. Your fingers tremble as you trace the waxy lines. A shiver races down your spine because you know children's drawings are often messy, vague, but this is too precise, too exact. You remember sitting on the floor with crayons scattered around you, sketching shapes you couldn't explain. You remember the way your parents looked at it, how your mother folded it away quickly, how your father said nothing at all. And then, like the glow itself, the drawing vanished from your memory. Until now. You sit cross-legged in the attic, staring at the picture, time slipping away. The bulb above hums faintly, a low buzz filling the silence. Dust drifts lazily in the light, each mote catching a golden glimmer as it falls. And as you stare, the drawing begins to change, not physically, not truly, but in your mind. The lines sharpen, the figures grow clearer. The glow seems to pulse faintly from the page. You feel the same rhythm you felt that night, the beat, the breath, the silent pulse of something alive. You remembered. You always remembered. The whisper curls inside your head, soft, steady, unmistakable. You grip the paper tighter, your knuckles whitening. The edges crinkle under your fingers. You are no longer simply looking at a drawing. You are holding proof. Proof that the glow is not imagination. Proof that the whispers are not dreams. Proof that this has been with you since childhood. You stand slowly, clutching the paper to your chest, and move to the mirror propped against the attic wall. Your reflection looks back at you. Older now, but carrying the same eyes as the child who first drew this. For a moment, the reflection flickers. The glow swells faintly behind your image, silver leaking through the glass. And within it, those familiar silhouettes. Watching. Waiting. You blink hard. The reflection steadies. The mirror shows only you. But the image burns in your mind. The glow, the figures, the way they linger even in the edges of memory. Downstairs, a floorboard creaks. Your father's voice drifts faintly, calling for you. You slide the drawing back into the box for a moment, heart pounding. But then you stop. No, not this time. You fold the page carefully and slip it into your pocket, carrying it with you. The paper crackles softly with each step, its weight heavier than it should be. When you return to your room, you place the drawing beneath your pillow. The thought comforts you, proof hidden close, a secret companion. That night, sleep takes you slowly. Dreams rise again, but they are not like before. They are sharper now, anchored by the drawing beneath your head. You dream of hands, your own, smaller, clutching crayons, sketching circles of light across paper. You dream of voices surrounding you, watching as you drew, whispering approval. You knew us. Even then. The dream shifts. You see the drawing again, but larger, stretched across a wall of white. The lines glow faintly, and the figures step forward from within. You jolt awake, breath ragged, sweat cold on your skin. Your pillow slips, and the drawing flutters to the floor. The moonlight catches it, making the crayon lines shimmer faintly. You pick it up with trembling hands, heart hammering. It is only paper, only wax and faded lines. And yet, it feels alive. Days pass, and you carry the drawing everywhere. Hidden in notebooks, tucked into backpacks, slipped beneath your mattress. Each time you hold it, the whispers stir faintly, like distant static at the edge of hearing. At school, the teacher's voice fades as you stare at it under your desk. At night, you pull it out beneath the covers, tracing the lines with your finger until sleep claims you. Your parents notice the distraction. They ask what you are thinking. You shake your head, saying nothing. You know they would only dismiss it again, but deep inside, you see their eyes flicker when, and they glimpse the paper, a flicker of recognition, a flicker of unease. Perhaps they too remember. Perhaps they buried it, but you cannot bury it anymore. One night, the glow does not return to your window, but you feel it all the same. The room thickens with silence. The clock falters. You grip the drawing in your hand, heart pounding, and the whisper comes, clear and deliberate. The first proof. Keep it. Never lose it. Your body shivers with both fear and comfort. You clutch the drawing tighter, pressing it against your chest, because now you know. This is no dream, no trick. The forgotten drawing is your link, a key between memory and reality, between the child who first saw and the one who still waits. And it is only the beginning. The road stretches endlessly ahead of you, dark and unbroken. Asphalt gleams faintly beneath your headlights, a silver ribbon unrolling into the night. The hum of the engine is steady. The tires thrum a low rhythm that becomes a lullaby. You drive alone. The hour is late, later than you planned. The world outside is deserted. No other cars, no voices, no movement but your own. Trees press close along the shoulders, their branches arching like silent guardians. The sky above is clear, moonless, vast. You tell yourself this is freedom, just you, the road, and the stars. But even in freedom, there is unease, because above the tree line, something glimmers. At first it looks like nothing more than a star, a point of light. But stars do not drift sideways. Stars do not descend in perfect silence. You grip the wheel tighter. The car rattles faintly over a crack in the road. The radio hums static, then cuts, leaving only the sound of tires rolling endlessly. The light remains. It follows. You flick your eyes to the rearview mirror. Another glow appears there, smaller but pulsing faintly, keeping pace behind you. Your pulse quickens. You press your foot to the gas, the speedometer climbing. Wind hisses against the car. The light does not fall back. It glides effortlessly, keeping your pace like a hunter matching its prey. The road curves, long and slow. You take it faster than you should, heart pounding. And there, above the tree line again, two lights now, hovering, watching. We are here. The whisper slides into your thoughts, cold and calm. You grip the wheel tighter, knuckles white. The road is empty, yet you cannot escape the feeling of being surrounded. Each light moves in silence, weaving above you, shifting from left to right. They are not airplanes. They do not blink red or green. They do not follow any path you know. They move with intention. Your breath quickens. Yo. You lower the window, hoping to hear something. Engines, rotors, anything. But the night is empty. Only silence. Only the low hum inside your skull, vibrating deeper with each mile. The lights dip lower. One hovers directly over the road ahead, impossibly bright. You slam the brakes, heart in your throat. The car shudders to a stop, tires screaming against the asphalt. And there, suspended above the cracked center line, the light waits. It is closer than ever now. Not a sphere, not a star. A presence. Silver and white ripple outward, bending the air, warping the trees around it. The road itself seems to shimmer. Your headlights dim as though swallowed. You sit frozen, breath shallow, eyes locked on the hovering glow. The silence presses so heavily you can hear your own heartbeat. Shapes shift within the light, elongated, thin, just like the drawing. Your chest tightens. Do not run. Do not fear. The voices again, layered like echoes inside your skull. You want to scream, to start the engine again, to flee. But your limbs feel heavy, your body sluggish. The car's dashboard flickers. The radio sputters static, then dies. You are trapped in silence. The glow begins to move again, drifting slowly forward. Not away, not closer, just enough to coax you onward. Your hand trembles as you reach for the ignition. The engine groans, then catches. Headlights flare weakly, then dim. Still, the car responds. You drive again, following the curve of the road, and above you, the lights follow too. Not chasing, not fleeing, guiding, you do not know where. Mile after mile, the world narrows into three things: the road, the hum of the engine, and the lights above. Sometimes they drift ahead, sometimes they linger behind, sometimes they vanish, only to reappear again in the corner of your vision. You think of your parents, of their uneasy silence. You think of the drawing hidden in your room, proof of what you have seen, and you realize with dread and certainty, this is not new. This is not the first time. The lights have always been with you. The road dips into a long stretch of farmland. Wide open fields stretch into blackness. Here, The lights are impossible to ignore. They move in patterns above the emptiness, circling, pulsing, weaving. Your chest tightens with awe as much as fear, because in their movements there is rhythm, a strange, alien grace, not random, not chaos, a message. Watch, remember, follow. The whispers grow louder, almost urgent. You grip the wheel until your hands ache, but you cannot turn away. The car jerks, the dashboard lights flare, then black out. The engine sputters, your heart slams. You hit the gas, the brake, the wheel, but nothing responds. The car slows, coasting helplessly, until it stops in the center of the road. Above you, the lights hover closer. One descends until its glow floods the windshield. Your body locks. The air hums, vibrating through your bones, into your teeth, rattling in your skull. You cannot move, you cannot breathe. And then, silence. Darkness. You blink, but your eyes show nothing. Not the road, not the car, only blackness. The hum fades, the whispers vanish, and in their place, a silence deeper than dream. You reach out into the dark, but your hands touch nothing. You call out, but your voice does not come. Time unravels, minutes, hours, you cannot tell, until suddenly, with a jolt, your eyes open again. The car hums beneath you, the dashboard glows faintly, the headlights cut across the empty road, but something is wrong. The clock reads 2 hours later than it should. Your hands tremble on the wheel, your throat is dry, the fields around you stretch endlessly, silent and unchanged as though nothing had happened. And yet, you know something has happened. Because in the corner of your mind, the whisper lingers still. We are not finished. We are not. You sit in the driver's seat, hands trembling against the wheel, staring at the glowing numbers on the dashboard clock. 2 hours gone. Vanished. The road outside looks the same as it did before. Dark, empty, stretching endlessly beneath the stars. The fields on either side sway faintly in the night breeze. Nothing has changed, and yet everything has changed. Your body tells you so. Your limbs ache, heavy as if you've been carrying a weight too long. Your throat burns dry, your skin prickles cold. You feel as though you've been somewhere far away, yet the memory slides from your grasp like water through open fingers. You whisper into the silence, "Where was I?" The world does not answer, but deep inside, something stirs. Fragments come first. A flash of light brighter than day. A hum that rattled the marrow of your bones. Shapes moving around you, tall and silent. A table of cold metal beneath your skin. You shiver, gripping the steering wheel until your knuckles whiten. You want to dismiss it as dream, as panic, as some trick of exhaustion. But the clock glows steady before you, 2 hours stolen without explanation, and in your mind, the whispers return. Time bends, time breaks. You were with us. Your breath catches. You slam your foot against the gas, desperate to move, desperate to outrun whatever lingers behind you. The car surges forward, headlights slicing through the night. The road races beneath your wheels, but the fragments follow. Memory flashes in broken shards, a corridor without walls, endless white, hands you cannot see guiding you forward, a voice inside your skull repeating, calm and endless, "Do not fear, do not fear." Your chest tightens, you shake your head, muttering, "No, no, no." But the fragments cling. The farther you drive, the less real the road feels. Trees blur into shadows. The stars above seem too bright, too sharp, as if watching. Why? I'll rub your eyes, but the images do not fade. Your skin prickles, you roll up your sleeve, and though your arm looks the same, you feel something beneath it, something unseen, humming faintly. You jerk the sleeve back down, pressing your hand against the wheel. The hours are gone, but their echo lingers. When you finally reach home, the clock on the kitchen wall confirms it. 2 hours erased. Your parents are asleep, the house silent. You move through the rooms like a ghost, each step heavier than the last. In the bathroom mirror, your face looks pale, drawn, older. Shadows cling beneath your eyes. You splash water against your skin, but the reflection does not change. And then, for just a moment, the reflection flickers. The glow pulses faintly behind your image, just as it did in the attic mirror. A tall silhouette moves within it, watching. You stumble backward, water dripping from your chin, heart racing. When you look again, the reflection is ordinary, but you know what you saw. Sleep refuses you that night. You lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, clutching the forgotten drawing beneath your pillow. The clock ticks slowly, each second loud in the silence. When your eyes finally close, the fragments return. Not dreams, not exactly, something between. You are lying on a cold surface, unable to move. A circle of light spins slowly above you, rotating in perfect silence. Figures stand around, tall and thin, their faces blurred but their eyes sharp, black and endless. You want to scream, but no sound comes. You want to move, but your body lies heavy, frozen, and then the whisper. This is not the end. You will remember. The vision shatters. You wake, gasping, clutching the blanket. The clock shows an hour later. Another fragment lost. Morning comes. The sun rises, spilling warmth across your room, but it does not erase the night. At breakfast, your parents look at you carefully, too carefully. They ask if you slept well. You nod, though your eyes betray you. They do not press. They never do. But when your sleeve slips, when they glimpse your arm, their eyes flicker again. Not confusion, recognition. You pull the fabric down, quickly, pretending not to notice. The silence between you feels heavier than words. All day, the missing hours weigh on you. Every sound feels sharper, every shadow longer. At school, the lessons pass unnoticed, your mind trapped on the road, on the glow, on the fragments that slip between waking and dream. You wonder how much was taken, how much was hidden, and you wonder how much you are meant to remember. That night, as you lie once more in bed, you whisper to yourself, "Please, no more." But the silence answers differently. We are not finished. Your heart slows, the whisper fades, sleep pulls you under again, and somewhere in the dark, just beneath the fabric of your skin, something stirs, something waiting to be revealed. The morning light spills into your room, soft and golden, but it does not warm you. It only exposes what the night has left behind. You move sluggishly, your body aching, as though you've carried something heavy in your sleep. You tell yourself it's exhaustion, that the strange hours on the road and the restless nights have left you drained. But when you stand before the mirror, the truth reveals itself. At first you notice nothing, just pale skin, tired eyes, the reflection of someone older than they should be. But then you roll up your sleeve, and there it is, a circle. Perfect, precise, too exact to be natural. The mark rests high on your arm, just above the elbow. The skin inside it is unnaturally pale, untouched, while the outer rim glows faintly pink, almost as if it had been seared into you. No bruise looks like this, no scrape, no insect bite. It is not wound, it is not accident, it is something else. Your breath stutters, you lean closer to the mirror, fingertips brushing against the mark. The skin tingles, not pain, but something deeper, something that hums beneath the surface. It vibrates faintly, like a wire strummed inside your flesh. And then the voice comes. Marked, chosen, remembered. The words do not pass through your ears. They bloom directly inside your mind. You stumble back, clutching your arm, eyes wide, chest heaving. The bathroom spins for a moment before steadying again. But the mark remains. It will not fade. All day, you cannot stop thinking about it. At school, you tug your sleeve down again and again, afraid someone will see. Every brush of fabric against the skin feels electric, a reminder that the circle is alive beneath. The teacher's voice becomes background static. The chalk squeaks, the bell rings, but you hear nothing except the echo of that whisper. First of many, first of many. The words curl through your thoughts like smoke, clinging, seeping. You write nonsense across your notebook, hand trembling. The page fills with spirals, circles, shapes you don't remember drawing. When you blink, you see the mark in your own handwriting, over and over again. That night, you sit at your desk, the old drawing unfolded before you. The same glowing sphere, the same stick-like figures. For the first time, you notice something you had never paid attention to before. Around the edge of the crayon circle, faint lines radiate outward, strokes of silver and gray, imperfect, childish, but familiar. They are rings, circles, like the one on your skin. You place your arm beside the paper. The resemblance is undeniable. You drew this before you had the mark, before you lost time, before the whispers began. The truth chills you. This has always been there, waiting. Your parents notice the change in you. At breakfast, your mother asks if you're feeling well. Her eyes dart to your sleeve, then quickly away. She stirs her coffee too long, the spoon clinking against the mug. Your father does not look at you at all. He only folds his newspaper with stiff, deliberate hands. You know they've seen it. You know they won't speak. The silence between you becomes unbearable. That night, you wake to the sound of silence. Not ordinary silence, but the kind that falls before something arrives. The kind that makes your skin prickle and your breath falter. The clock on your dresser has stopped again. You sit up, sleeve slipping back, the mark exposed. And in the pale glow of the moon through your window, you see it pulse. Not faintly, not by accident. It glows. A thin silver light spreads across the rim, beating in rhythm with your heart. Your chest tightens. You press your hand against it, trembling. The whisper returns. We are near. You are thread. You are ours. The room bends around you. Shadows stretch, the air thickens, and for a moment you feel yourself being lifted, not by force, but by invitation. Then it stops. The glow fades. The clock ticks again. The night resumes, but the circle remains. Days pass. The mark does not heal. If anything, it grows sharper, clearer, as though etched deeper each time you remember. You try to ignore it, but every time you close your eyes, you see it glowing beneath your skin. The whispers grow bolder. Do not hide. Do not fear. You are becoming. The words haunt your sleep, seeping into dreams where the figures return. Always tall, always silent, always pointing at the circle on your arm, as though it is a key. A key to what? You do not know. One evening, you sit alone, pulling your sleeve back once more. The mark tingles, alive beneath your fingertips, and for the first time you press harder, desperate, to feel something, proof that it is real, that it belongs to you. A surge of heat courses through you. Not pain, revelation. Flashes explode across your vision. Corridors of white, tables of steel, voices layered in endless echo. And above it all, a sky split wide with light, a craft hovering, immense and silent. You gasp, collapsing back, clutching your arm. The mark glows faintly, then dims. The visions fade, leaving only fragments, half remembered. But you know now, the mark is not scar. It is memory, memory carved into flesh. That night, sleep does not come easily. When it does, it is shallow, fractured. You dream of being younger again, sitting on the floor with crayons, sketching circles over and over. You dream of your parents whispering in hushed voices, their faces pale in moonlight. You dream of figures bending over you, long fingers tracing the same circle into your arm. You wake with a start, breath ragged, sheets damp with sweat. The mark burns faintly beneath your skin, and in the silence, the whisper remains, steady and unyielding. This is only the beginning. The mark on your arm has not faded. Days pass, and it lingers, an unspoken weight you carry beneath your sleeve. Your parents remain silent, careful with their glances, unwilling to acknowledge what is plain. But someone else notices. It begins with a look across the street. Your neighbor, Mr. Carter, quiet, reserved, a man who tends to his yard with mechanical precision, catches sight of you one evening. You're standing at the end of the driveway, staring at the stars as the sun bleeds into dusk. His eyes narrow, not in suspicion, but recognition. He pauses mid-step, lawnmower forgotten, and watches you longer than he should. You glance back. For a heartbeat, neither of you looks away, and in his expression, you see it. That same fear your parents try to hide. He knows. The next day, he calls to you. His voice is low, hesitant. He does not wave. He does not smile. He only says your name, almost reluctantly, as though speaking it aloud carries risk. You cross the street slowly, the drawing folded deep in your pocket, the mark hidden beneath your sleeve. He stands on his porch, arms folded tight, his gaze darting between you and the empty sky. For a long moment, he says nothing. Only silence passes between you, stretched thin, heavy with unspoken weight. Then, in a voice so quiet you almost miss it, he asks, "Did you see them too?" Your breath stutters. You do not answer at first. The words catch in your throat, trembling like fragile glass. But his eyes hold yours, and you see the truth shimmering there. He is not mocking you. He is not testing you. He is searching. "Yes," you whisper. "I saw them." Relief flickers across his face, sharp and fleeting. He exhales, shoulders sagging as though a burden has loosened but not lifted. He beckons you inside, glancing once more at the empty street before closing the door firmly behind you. His house is ordinary. The hum of the refrigerator, the faint smell of dust and coffee, curtains drawn tight against the world. But beneath the ordinary, something feels wrong. The air is heavy, as though the walls themselves have held secrets for too long. He motions for you to sit. You do, perching at the edge of the worn sofa. He remains standing, pacing slowly, fingers twitching at his sides. Finally, he speaks. "I've seen the lights too, years ago. Thought I imagined it. Thought it was just me. But then..." He trails off, glancing toward the window, though the curtains are closed. His voice drops lower. "I saw them again. The way they move. The way everything goes quiet." Your chest tightens. You nod slowly, words unnecessary. He understands without them. He pulls a drawer open, retrieving something small and folded. A piece of paper, worn thin, edges frayed. He places it on the table before you. You unfold it carefully. A sketch, crude but unmistakable. A glowing sphere, hovering above a road. Two stick-like figures drawn beneath it. Your stomach twists. It is nearly identical to your own drawing. Your fingers tremble as you lay your own folded paper beside his, the one you've carried hidden for weeks. The two images mirror each other like reflections across time. His eyes widen, his face pales. "We're not crazy," he whispers. "We both saw it." Silence falls heavy. You stare at the twin drawings, proof laid bare between you. But then his expression shifts. Fear sharpens his features. He leans closer, voice urgent, almost frantic. "They don't want us to talk about it. Do you understand? Not your parents, not the police, no one. If they know you saw, they'll come back." Your throat tightens. "They already have." His face drains of color. For a long moment, he says nothing. His hands tremble as he grips the edge of the table. The room feels smaller, the air thicker. Finally, in a voice barely more than a breath, he confesses, "They took me once, years ago, same as you. I lost time, hours gone. Woke up in my car on the side of the road. Couldn't explain it, didn't try." Your heart pounds, the echo of your own missing hours thundering in your ears. "They left this," he continues, rolling up his sleeve. Your eyes widen. There, etched into his skin, is the same circular mark. Fainter, older, but unmistakable. Your body goes cold. The mark hums beneath your own sleeve, as though answering, resonating in recognition. He notices your silence. His eyes narrow. "You have one too, don't you?" You do not answer. You cannot. But your silence is answer enough. He exhales sharply, sinking into the chair across from you, burying his face in his hands. His voice cracks. They never stop. You think it's over, but it isn't. They wait. They watch. And when you try to forget, they remind you. His words echo like thunder in your skull. "We remind. We return." The whisper stirs, curling beneath his voice, blending with it until you cannot tell where his words end and theirs begin. You stand abruptly, heart racing, needing air, needing space. He does not stop you. He only watches, eyes hollow, expression empty. At the door, he calls after you, his voice desperate, almost pleading. Don't tell anyone else. Not unless you want them to. Find you again. You step into the fading light of dusk, the air cool against your skin. The street lies silent, empty, ordinary. But nothing feels ordinary now, because you are not alone. The mark, the drawing, the missing hours. And now, the confession. That night, lying in bed, you stare at the ceiling, unable to close your eyes. The whispers linger, circling like vultures around your thoughts. He remembers. You remember. We will make them remember. You press your sleeve against your arm, feeling the pulse beneath your skin. The mark hums faintly, answering the voices. Sleep comes slowly, heavy and broken. And in your dream, you see your neighbor again. He is standing on the road, staring at the sky. His mouth opens, but no words emerge, only light. A beam swallows him whole. You wake with a start, heart hammering, breath shallow. The dream lingers too sharply to dismiss, and outside your window, far across the trees, the glow pulses faintly. Waiting. It happens on an ordinary morning. You sit at the breakfast table, the weight of the neighbor's confession still heavy in your chest. The mark on your arm hums faintly beneath your sleeve, alive even in silence. Your parents speak in careful tones, their words tiptoeing around you as if you are fragile glass. And then you see it. Folded on the counter beside your father's mug, the local newspaper lies open. A headline catches your eye, buried low on the page, almost hidden between small-town stories of festivals and weather forecasts. Strange lights reported over county highway. Your heart leaps. You snatch the paper, fingers trembling, eyes scanning the lines. It is brief, far too brief for what you know it deserves. A single column, half a page, recounting how multiple drivers reported unusual lights hovering above the old highway. Witnesses spoke of silence, of glowing spheres, of the way their cars stalled on the road. Your breath quickens. Every word mirrors what you lived. It is proof. Not just your neighbor, not just your parents' hidden glances. Others saw it. Others know. The article ends abruptly with a statement from local officials. Likely aircraft exercises. Nothing to be concerned about. The words ring hollow, a denial painted in ink. But the story is there. You clutch the paper as though it were treasure, folding it carefully, hiding it beneath your shirt. At last, something real, something written, something you can show. All day, the thought keeps you awake. In school, you cannot focus. You replay the words again and again in your mind, the black ink burned into your memory. When the final bell rings, you hurry to the library, eager to preserve what you've found. The archives hold years of newspapers, bound in thick stacks, organized by date. You run your finger along the spines until you find today's issue. You flip the pages quickly, heart pounding. Front page. Missing. Second page. Missing. The story is not there. You freeze, flipping faster, desperate, scanning every column, every photograph. But the article is gone. You double-check the date, the right issue, the right day. But the words you read that morning do not exist. Your chest tightens. You search the microfilm, eyes straining against the blur of projected images. Nothing. The space where the column should be shows only blankness, as though it was never printed. Your hands tremble as you scroll, faster and faster. The hum of the machine fills your ears. Sweat beads along your forehead. It's gone. Completely gone. That night, you unfold the copy you took from home. Relief floods you as the words greet your eyes once more. It is still there, still real, proof pressed in ink. But something feels different. The letters blur faintly when you stare too long. The edges of the ink bleed, as though trying to fade from the page itself. You rub your eyes, blinking hard. The whispers return. Was never meant. Never meant. You clutch the paper tighter, holding it close to your chest. No, you whisper aloud, voice shaking. You can't take this too. But the words fade even as you speak them. The next morning you hurry downstairs to find the paper again, to reassure yourself. It is gone. You search the counter, the trash, the pile of recycling by the door. Nothing. Your father shrugs when you ask, his voice casual, his face carefully blank. Probably threw it out. Your mother says nothing at all. The silence between them speaks louder than words. You run to the neighbor's house. He answers the door with weary eyes, his expression already bracing for the question. Did you see it? You ask. The article? For a moment his gaze flickers, then he shakes his head. No, nothing like that. His voice is flat, too flat. You know he is lying. Or perhaps he did see, and now it is gone for him too. The fear in his eyes is enough. You do not press. You spend hours retracing your steps. The library, the gas station, even the small store downtown where papers are stacked by the door. Every copy you find shows the same emptiness. The article does not exist, except you remember it, you read it. The words live in your mind as clearly as the mark on your arm, and yet the world insists otherwise. That night, you sit on your bed with the folded paper clutched tight in your hands. You whisper to yourself, repeating the headline again and again, desperate not to forget. Strange lights reported over county, highway. But as you unfold it, your heart stutters. The headline is gone. The column is blank. Only faint traces of ink remain, shadows of letters that no longer exist. You run your fingers across the page, tears welling in your eyes. The paper crinkles, fragile, brittle, as though it has aged decades in a single night. And then the whisper returns, louder now, layered with static. You are not allowed. Not yet. The page slips from your trembling hands. The next morning, you find the paper crumpled on the floor, blank as snow. No headline, no column, only empty space where truth once lived. You stare at it for a long time, heart heavy, mind numb. The proof is gone, erased, but the memory remains. And that, you realize, is the true horror, because memory cannot be erased so easily. Not yours, not your neighbor's, not theirs. That night, as you lie awake, the whispers return once more. Truth will not hide. You will remember. We will show you again. Your eyes burn with sleeplessness, your chest heavy with dread. You close your eyes, clutching the pillow tight, trying to silence the voices. But the memory of the vanished article lingers, and you know, deep inside, that this is only the beginning of what will be taken from you. The attic always smells of dust and silence. It is where forgotten things are stored, boxes stacked like tombstones, photographs yellowing at the edges, relics of lives that once mattered and were then quietly put away. You climb the narrow stairs with a flashlight in hand, each step groaning beneath your weight. The bulb above flickers weakly, casting long shadows against the rafters. You are searching for nothing in particular. Or perhaps, deep inside, you are searching for something you already know is waiting. Your hands sift through boxes of holiday decorations, tangled strings of lights, stacks of magazines, and then, beneath a pile of blankets, you find it. A VHS tape. Its black plastic casing is cracked at the corner, its label nearly peeled away. In faded ink, 2 words remain, scrawled hastily across the white sticker. Lights, 1995. Your chest tightens. You carry it downstairs like fragile treasure, dust clinging to your fingertips. The weight of it is heavier than it should be, as though the years trapped inside are pressing outward, demanding to be seen again. In the living room sits an old VCR, long unused, tucked beneath the newer machines of a forgotten era. You slide the tape inside. The machine groans, the gears whirring reluctantly back to life. The screen flickers, static first, hissing, shifting, crawling across the glass. You adjust the tracking, the remote heavy in your hand. The image steadies. And then you see it. The footage is grainy, washed in the muted colors of a decades-old home camera. A man's voice murmurs faintly, distorted by time. The camera points toward a dark sky above a field. And there, hovering, pulsing, are lights. Not stars, not planes. Orbs, glowing white and blue, drifting in silence. They move together, weaving slowly, rhythmically, like dancers across the night. The camera shakes, zooms, loses focus, but still they remain. Your breath catches. Because what you see on the screen is what you saw outside your window, what you saw above the highway. Proof. The footage continues. The orbs rise higher, then suddenly split apart. 5, 6, 7 lights darting in different directions with impossible speed. The camera jerks, trying to follow. The man's voice curses faintly, then falls silent. For a moment, the screen fuzzes into static. When the image returns, the orbs are closer, much closer. The camera lens struggles, light flaring white across the screen. Within the glow, shapes flicker, tall, thin, moving slowly, their forms distorted but undeniable. You lean forward, heart pounding, eyes wide. And then, beneath the static, a voice emerges. Not from the man filming, not from the world outside, from the tape itself. Remember, remember, remember. You stumble back, clutching the arm of the couch. The word repeats, layered, echoing, as though woven into the magnetic strip of the tape. You press pause. The image freezes. The hum continues. You eject the tape, trembling. The hum stops. Your hands shake as you reinsert it, pressing play once more. The static hisses, the image wavers, the lights return. And again, the voice. We were seen. We were seen. The footage grows stranger the longer it plays. The orbs drift silently over rooftops, casting shadows that stretch unnaturally. A dog barks once in the background, then falls silent mid-howl. The camera tilts, catching the outline of houses, people standing outside, staring upward. Then abruptly, the image cuts, not fades, cuts. When it returns, the camera is pointed at the ground. A pair of feet shuffle in panic. The man's breathing is heavy, ragged, and above, the glow swells brighter, pulsing in rhythm with his gasps. The whisper rises again, louder this time, threaded with static. You will not forget. You cannot forget. Your hand hovers over the stop button, torn between fear and need. Every instinct begs you to turn it off, but you cannot. The footage continues. The lights surge closer. The screen whites out entirely, burning with brightness. And in that blinding glow, a figure steps forward, tall, thin, head elongated, eyes dark as shadow. It looks directly at the camera, at you. You lurch back, pulse racing. The figure does not move, only stands there, silent, endless. And then the tape ends. The screen cuts to black. Silence fills the room. You sit frozen on the couch, the remote heavy in your lap, the tape humming softly inside the VCR. The only sound is your own uneven breath. The screen glows faintly, empty, but you cannot shake the image from your mind. The lights, the figure, the voice that did not belong. You press eject. The tape slides out, its label cracked, its edges frayed. You hold it in your hands, the plastic warm, as though it has a pulse of its own. And beneath your sleeve, the mark on your arm tingles. That night, you tuck the tape beneath your bed, hidden but close. Sleep does not come easily. When it does, your dreams are filled with static. The hiss of the tape, the flicker of orbs, the figure's eyes, black and endless, staring through the screen into you, and the whisper, louder now, wrapping around you like a shroud. We will come. We will come. You wake with a start, sweat cold on your skin. The VCR downstairs hums faintly, though no tape is inside. And outside, somewhere beyond the trees, a car engine idles in the dark. You are half asleep when the house forgets how to breathe. The night's rhythm, the slow plumbing heartbeat in the walls, the soft refrigerator sigh, The tick that measures ordinary time goes thin as paper and then thinner until the silence is not absence but a weight. You feel it settle across your chest like a hand. Your eyes open before your mind is ready. The room is blue with moonlight, the curtains making slow waves in air that does not move. On the dresser, the clock's red digits hold their breath between numbers. The little light inside the VCR downstairs hums faintly, as if remembering a voice it has no right to remember. It takes you a moment to name the feeling. Then you hear it. A knock, not loud, not impatient. A gentle, careful sound, as if the one who made it does not wish to wake the house. Only you. You lie very still, listening. The second knock is the same. 3 slow taps. A pause. 3 again. Not a pattern you know, not a rhythm you learned as a child for safety or alarm. It feels like something older, the echo of a memory you will not let yourself own. You sit up, pulse moving in small, quick steps. The mark on your arm tingles, not cold this time, not warm, something like a tension. You slide your sleeve over it by instinct. The room tilts a fraction to the left, as if the knock has changed the gravity in your life. Down the hall, your parents do not stir. The house has learned how to make them sleep through inconvenient truths. You ease your feet onto the floor and feel the wood give its small complaint beneath your weight. Another knock. 3 and 3. Patient. Certain. You already know there will be a car at the curb. You already know its shape. You move through the hallway, down the stairs, each step deliberate, each breath measured against the silence. In the foyer, the air smells faintly of wet wool and ozone, though it has not rained. Though, the night is clear and starlit. You reach for the chain before the lock, as if that dangling line of metal is the last human thing between you and whatever waits. Your fingers pause, then you slide it free and open the door. 2 men stand on the porch, hat brims cupping their faces in the moonglow. Suits as dark as the gap between constellations, shoes that have never learned to squeak. They do not lean or smile or shift their weight the way people do when the hour is unkind. They stand like punctuation marks in a sentence you have not yet read. "Good evening," the taller one says, though it is the middle of the night. His voice is pleasant in the way empty rooms are pleasant. The shorter allows the faintest tilt of his head, an acknowledgement you feel rather than see. Their skin reflects the porch light as if it were lacquer, almost too smooth, as though time has pressed their features flatter instead of older. You do not speak. You have the sudden sense that any word you choose will belong to them as soon as it leaves your mouth. The taller one lifts a hand, gloved, and you notice how long the fingers are, how the knuckles do not round as they bend. He holds up a wallet that flashes something like a seal and nothing like a government, you know. The emblem is a circle within a circle, and your arm stirs as if the mark has seen a relative. "We're following up on a report," he says, not a question. "May we come in?" You think of your parents down the hall like ornaments safely packed in their boxes. You think of the tape under your bed that hums in your dreams with a voice of static. You step aside and let the night into your house. They enter with careful shoes and unwrinkled coats, not dripping, not cold. You close the door. The latch makes a sound too bright in the hush. The men do not look around as people look around. No scanning of family pictures or the familiar drift toward the mantel's story of your home. They make the space look staged, and you feel like a child actor in the only life you have. In the living room, they do not sit until you are sitting. The taller chooses the edge of the couch. The other remains standing by the bookshelf, hands behind his back as if practicing stillness. You become aware of things you should not be aware of. The precise sway of the lamp's tassel, the way dust moves like silver plankton in the light, the absence of the refrigerator's sigh. The house is listening. "We appreciate your cooperation," the taller says. "It makes things easier." His smile folds the lower half of his face into the shape of a smile without involving the top half at all. You nod because not nodding would be a statement, and you are very aware of statements. Your sleeve has crept an inch and you tug it down again. He notices. It is not a glance, it is an event. Are you well? He asks. The question is wrapped in kindness so perfectly you can see the seam. You say yes because no would be a story. We're told, he continues, that you are a careful observer. He says it the way a museum guard might say, we know you like paintings. We're told you saw lights. Your chest lifts. Your first instinct is relief so sudden it is almost pain. Someone else has admitted the world is stranger than its paw, per work. You open your mouth to say yes, and in that instant you hear it, the thin filament of a whisper threaded beneath his words, not coming from him and yet arriving with him. We know. We know. Hush. Hush. You close your mouth. You watch him watch you. There were multiple calls, the shorter says from the bookshelf, as if reading a recipe. His voice is higher, toneless. People get excited. Lights are lights. Kids stay up too late. Dreams spill over. He tilts his head toward the window. The black sedan is a shadow in a darker shadow. You understand. You feel how your heart has learned to fold itself smaller. You understand things without being told. You say nothing. We have a few routine questions, the taller says. He opens a small notebook. The paper inside is so white it looks lit from beneath. His pen is slender and patient. He does not write where you can see. What time did you awaken? He asks. What time did you sleep? What did you eat that day? Do you dream often? Do you sleepwalk? Are you well liked at school? Have you ever felt chosen? The questions come as if falling from a shelf where they have been waiting for your name. None of them are about the sky, and all of them are about the sky. You answer the easy ones. You avoid the word chosen as if it were a switch that would turn on a room you cannot leave. He nods when you speak, the precise nod of someone placing items in a box. The shorter moves along the books as if reading to himself without opening them. When his gloved finger trails a spine, you feel it along your arm, a scratch you cannot name. And the tape, the taller says, almost as an afterthought. We'll need to hold it for a little while. It's best. You swallow. The VCR in the cabinet seems to lower its humming to a whisper. The stairs behind you are longer than you remember. The tape under your bed feels suddenly like a living thing. I know what you mean, you say softly, before he offers the courtesy of pretending not to. You hear yourself being helpful. You hate yourself a little for how easy it is to be helpful. The house shifts its weight, an old creature trying not to creak. I can bring it, you add, and when he smiles, it is relief without warmth. You rise. The shorter man does not move from the bookshelf, but something moves through the room where he stands. You have the sense of a door swinging open in a wall that is not there. On the stairs, the air is thicker, as if the house regrets its permission. In your room, the moon has pressed a palm against the window, white and flat. You kneel and reach under the bed. Your fingers find the rectangular mouth of the thing that holds a past recorded in magnets. It is warm. As you draw it out, the label's peeled edge lifts like a little tongue. You hold it, and the room becomes small. Static trembles at the edges of your thoughts. The tape is gravity. The mark beneath your sleeve brightens, a quiet ring of heat. Remember. Remember. Don't let them. This whisper is not theirs, or it is theirs from a time before they wore suits. You cannot tell. Your mind is a crossroads, and everything has the right of way. You carry the tape downstairs. The taller man does not reach for it at once. He looks at your hands around it, the careful way you cradle it, and a question, an actual question, passes like a cloud across his face. What do you believe is on this cassette? He asks. Light, you say. The word is simpler than the truth. It is a stone you can carry without dropping. And a voice. He inclines his head. Voices can be added. It is not cruel, only efficient. You offer the tape. He takes it. The exchange is ordinary and irreversible. When his glove touches yours, the mark on your arm tightens to a point. The shorter man's head tilts, as if he can hear what your blood is doing. "Thank you," the taller says. "We'll return it when we've satisfied ourselves." It is the kind of promise that lives in documents more than days. "I could come with you," you say, surprising yourself. The sentence shakes when it lands. "That won't be necessary," he replies, with a softness that has been tested in many living rooms. "Rest is important. You look tired." He glances past you as if there is someone in the doorway. There is not. You feel your parents pressed deeper into sleep without turning. He stands. The other man is already standing, if he ever stopped. They do not crowd you now. They do not need to. They move toward the door and the house makes its small noises again, as if it has been holding a sip of water too long and is finally allowed to swallow. On the threshold, the taller man pauses. He looks at your sleeve. You do not move. A breeze you do not feel slides across your arm, and your fabric shifts, and for a moment the ring is seen. He does not blink. The shorter speaks without turning his face. "Keep it covered," he says. It draws things. You cannot tell if the word "things" comforts him. You almost ask who drew it. Instead you say, "What should I do?" The taller man's smile is almost kind now, and you hate the part of you that wants it to be real. "The best thing about nights," he says, "is that they end. It is not advice. It is geography." They step outside. The porch light finds no dust on their coats, no breath in the cold. The black car breathes a low engine animal sound and wakes with them. Its headlights do not need to warm. For a moment you see your face in the window where a face should be, and the face in the window is not your face. Then there is only glass. You stand in the doorway long enough for the moths to realize they have an invitation. You close the door on their soft insistence, lean your forehead against the wood that has known every knock of your life. The lock slides home with the traitor's satisfaction of a job done well. The house takes a breath. The refrigerator remembers how to sigh. The clock on the dresser continues its red arithmetic. You are aware of your heartbeat as a word you would rather not say aloud. In the living room, the space they sat in has a shape. You sit within it. Your fingers have learned how to tremble with less effort. You look at the cabinet where the VCR slept and tell yourself there is no ghost. In a drawer, there is a line of dust on the shelf you never noticed. It is broken now in two identical footprints where nothing stood. You go to the window. The sedan idles, minus its men. It does not smoke. It does not shine. It is a hole with wheels. You cannot see them inside, and yet you feel the turned heads. "Thank you. Thank you." That is the whisper in your skull as the sedan rolls away without acknowledging the street, without alerting the stones that hold it up. It takes the corner with the neatness of a thought and is gone. You listen for the engine a long time after the sound stops. Only when you go upstairs do you let the quiet break into smaller pieces. In your room, the moon has moved an inch, but refuses to admit it. You kneel at the bed without knowing why. Your hand goes to the empty space where the tape was, only for a second, as if the mind always confirms what it has done to itself. But when your fingers slide farther, deeper into the dark, they touch something you did not place there. Paper, thin and official, warm as a pocket. You draw it out into the slow blue light and unfold it. It is a photograph, high contrast and grainy, like the beginning of a storm. At the center is your window, your face ghosted in the reflected room, your hands lifting the curtain. Above the roofline hang 3 lights. They are not round. They are not anything a camera has agreed to name. Along the border, a stamped circle inside a circle, inked in a gray that does not smudge. No caption, no date. Your throat tightens around air that has become an object. You turn the photo over. There are 6 words in a tiny hand that seems to have been practiced into forgetting. You did not see what you saw. The mark on your arm prickles. You hold the paper tighter, and under your grip the words soften, blur, and then do what words should not do. They pale until they are only memory. You watch them disappear one letter at a time, like a shoreline lost to tide. Down the hall, your parents shift in their sleep as if someone has turned them gently. A siren cries somewhere miles away and then apologizes for its outburst. You sit on the edge of the bed and stare at the wall where the moon makes a pattern of your blinds across paint you no longer believe belongs to you. Sleep. Hush. Forget. The old whisper is back, the one that sounds like rain inside a shell. But another thread winds through it, newer, thinner, stubborn as a weed in asphalt. Remember. Remember. We are not finished. Your hand moves to the sleeve as if it has its own mind. You roll the fabric up. The circle lies there, pale and perfect. For a moment, it is only skin. Then, as you watch, a grain of light moves along the rim like a dawn you can walk in a circle. It completes itself and fades as if checking a perimeter. You should be tired. The body would like to be a quiet animal. Instead, you stand and press the photograph flat beneath the mattress, the way you once pressed a drawing, the way you once pressed a pain. You do not know why you keep what is trying not to exist. You do not know how to let it go. When you turn off the lamp, the room re-enters night, carefully, learning your shape again. You lie on your side, facing the window. The blinds divide the moon into thin white lies. Your eyes do not close. You wait for morning, the way a stone waits for the river to change its mind. Sometime before dawn, a car door C loses somewhere. A voice you almost recognize speaks your name, not to you, but to a dark that introduces no one. Footsteps cross a sidewalk, then retract, then return. You lift the edge of the curtain 1 inch and make yourself very small. Across the street, your neighbor's porch light comes on, and then darkens, and then brightens again, as if a finger cannot decide. The man who confessed stands in his doorway like a question. The black sedan you recognize but also don't recognize has returned to park in a place where it should not fit. A conversation happens without mouth shapes. The night leans in to listen. Your neighbor nods and shakes his head and nods again. His hand goes to his sleeve. He pulls it down. The sedan opens like a pause. He disappears into it like an answer. You let the curtain fall, and the house becomes a house again, and inside the new silence, you understand the lesson of the knock. The door is a suggestion. The rules are politeness. You lie very still. The whisper inside your head is no longer a visitor. It is a room. It says only one thing, over and over, without threat and without comfort. Remember, morning will come and pretend to be morning, and maybe your neighbor will be putting his trash at the curb with the slow grace of a man who has always been part of the street. Maybe he will wave with exactly the right number of fingers. Maybe he will not. You will ask him nothing, and he will answer you fully with nothing at all. The clock decides to be brave and changes its number. The men were careful, and the night has kept their secret. Your arm warms once, softly, as if the circle were a small animal turning in sleep. You close your eyes because not closing them is worse. In the half-dark behind your lids, the tape is spinning somewhere that does not have a name. A beam moves like a hand through a drawer. When the first gray light folds itself over your sill, you understand that questions have settings, and someone has turned yours low. You sit up, feet on the floor, and the wood greets you like it always has, and downstairs, the refrigerator remembers its role. You do what the morning requires. Only later, when you step onto the porch with the sun already simple and the birds very busy earning their right to sing, you find the single clue the night forgot to pocket. A small, neat card left on the railing, blank on both sides until you tilt it and the pale ink catches life. 2 circles, one inside the other, and in the narrow ring between them, a sentence you can read only once before it dissolves. We'll be in touch. You hold the card for a long time after the words have gone, as if heat can change the truth of paper. Across the street, a curtain moves and becomes a face and becomes a curtain again. The wind lifts, and with it rises a smell you cannot place, clean and metallic and patient. You lower your sleeve. Your arm has learned how to hide on its own. Somewhere a phone rings and is not answered. Somewhere a newspaper arrives on a porch and is already missing what it was meant to say. You step back inside and close the door with the quiet care of someone who has just chosen the next secret to keep. The house, relieved, returns to the right size. You lean your forehead against the wood for the briefest moment and listen to the echo of the knock that is no longer there. Then you breathe, and in that breath is a question you will try not to ask, and an answer you will not receive. By the time evening comes again, you will feel the shape of something missing in the neighborhood. A hello that stops a foot short of your name, a porch that learns to love the dark. And you will know, without needing to be told, that silence has a new address. You will go to your window. You will lift the curtain. You will wait for nothing and be met by it fully. And when the first cricket dares to speak, you will hear beneath its song a second, thinner music that says exactly what the card could no longer hold. We have already been in touch, and that is how midnight leaves its note on your life. Without ink, without signatures, without the softness of doors. There are some truths too heavy to carry alone. For a time, you believed you weren't carrying them alone at all. Your friend, your closest one, the one who had been there for late-night games, whispered secrets, and promises carved in childhood, had seen it too. He was there on the night the sky opened. He saw the lights over the highway, the impossible glow hovering without sound, the silence that swallowed the crickets whole. You remember his face then, pale in the glow, wide-eyed like your own. You remember the trembling in his voice when he whispered, "Did you see that?" And the relief that bloomed in you. You weren't mad, you weren't dreaming, you weren't alone. But relief fades, and silence grows. The next day, when you tried to bring it up at school, his voice dropped to a hush. He looked around before answering, eyes darting to the corners of the room as if someone unseen were listening. His reply was quick, flat, unnatural. It was just a plane. Forget it. But you couldn't forget. The lights had burned themselves into you, into him, into the air itself. His denial was too sudden, too neat. You pressed him, whispering urgently in the hallway, reminding him of the way time had slipped, of the silence that fell like a curtain. His eyes flicked away. He changed the subject. By the third time you tried, he refused to answer at all. At first you thought it was fear, then you realized it was worse. It was silence, heavy, absolute. The silence of someone who has been told not to speak. At lunch, he sat across from you, chewing in quiet, staring at the table. He wouldn't meet your gaze. His hands trembled when he lifted his drink. When you asked again, soft but desperate, you saw it too, didn't you? He stood, tray in hand, and walked away without a word. The mark on your arm tingled beneath your sleeve, humming faintly like a reminder. You felt eyes on you that were, and his, shadows pressing close. "Don't speak, don't speak." The whisper curled through your mind as you watched your friend's back retreat. You tried again days later, cornering him after class. His eyes darted to the windows, to the empty doorway, as though expecting something or someone to arrive. His lips parted as if he might finally confess. For a heartbeat, you saw the memory return in his gaze, the light reflected again in his pupils. But then his jaw tightened. He shook his head, hard, and whispered only one word. "Stop." You froze. The word was sharp, final, laced with a fear you couldn't untangle. His shoulders hunched as if bracing against some invisible weight. He left quickly, steps uneven, as though running without running. And that was the last time he spoke of it. After that, it was as if he had built a wall around himself. He laughed at jokes, answered questions in class, talked about sports and games and homework, but never about the night, never about the lights, never about the silence. You watched him grow quieter whenever you approached. The distance widened, invisible but unbreakable. You could feel the space between you filled with everything unsaid. And sometimes, late at night, you imagined you heard the whispers, not just in your own head, but in his. A faint echo, a warning he had chosen to obey. Stay quiet. Stay safe. Stay silent. Then came the day he vanished. Not suddenly, not mysteriously, at least not on the surface. His family packed their car. The moving truck arrived, boxes stacked on the curb. Neighbors waved politely as if nothing unusual had happened. But you saw his face in the back seat of that car. He didn't wave. He didn't smile. He didn't look at you at all. Only once, as the car pulled away, did his eyes flicker to yours. For the briefest second, you saw everything he wouldn't say. The fear. The memory. The warning. And then he was gone. The silence he left behind was heavier than his presence ever was. You walked past his empty house again and again, staring at the hollow windows. At night, you thought you saw lights flicker inside, reflections perhaps, or something else. The mark on your arm burned whenever you lingered too long. You whispered into the quiet of your room, hoping he might hear, hoping he might break the silence even from afar, but only the other voices answered. We took him. We showed him. He obeyed. You pressed your sleeve against your arm, heart pounding. The whispers had never spoken of him before. Now they did. Weeks passed. His absence became normal to others. Teachers stopped mentioning his name. Friends filled his seat. His house stood dark, eventually sold, eventually forgotten. But you couldn't forget. You carried his silence with you, heavier than any memory. He had been your proof, your ally, the one who could say, yes, I saw it too. And now he was gone, erased not by death, but by denial. Some nights you dreamt of him standing beside you again, staring at the sky. His lips moved, trying to speak, but no sound came, only the glow reflected in his eyes. And always, in those dreams, he turned away before the light grew too close. The silence has taught you something. It is not just about what is seen, but what is allowed to be spoken. It is not just about memory, but about control. They do not need to erase everyone. They only need to silence them, and silence spreads faster than truth. You lie awake one night, staring at the ceiling, the house breathing its shallow breaths around you. You think of your friend's final glance, the fear etched into his silence. You wonder if he chose it, or if it was chosen for him. And then the phone rings. Not loudly, not for long, just a sharp burst in the quiet of midnight. You reach for it, trembling. But when you lift the receiver, only static answers. Static, and the faintest whisper threaded through it. You are next. The first time it happens, you tell yourself it's nothing. The clock reads past midnight, the house steeped in its heavy silence. You lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, half dreaming of the friend who no longer speaks, of the glow that waits just beyond the trees. And then, sharp and sudden, the phone rings. The sound cuts through the night like a blade. You lurch upright, heart hammering. For a moment, you consider letting it ring, but your hand moves before thought does, reaching into the darkness. You press the receiver to your ear, static, not the flat drone of an empty line, a thick, living hiss crawling like insects across glass. You whisper a greeting, your voice trembling. Hello? The static deepens. For a heartbeat, you think you hear something. Too soft, too faint. Remember. Then the line dies. You stare at the receiver in your hand long after the dial tone returns. The clock ticks forward. You lie back down, but sleep refuses you. The next night, it happens again. The phone rings, sharp, impatient, dragging you from shallow dreams. This time, you hesitate, but curiosity burns sharper than fear. You answer. Static again, denser now, as though the line carries weight. You strain to hear through it, and then faintly, child of silence, we are near. You clutch the receiver tighter, whispering into it. Who are you? What do you want? The line cracks, the hiss swells, the whispers vanish, and once again, only silence remains. The calls begin to repeat. Always at night, always when the house is deepest in sleep. Sometimes it rings once, sometimes twice. Once it rang 5 times in a single hour. Each time you answer. Each time static greets you like an old friend. And each time, just beneath the hiss, the whispers slide through. Not alone. We watch. You cannot hide. The words coil in your chest, filling the gaps your friend's silence left behind. Proof again and again that what you remember is real. Yet the proof offers no comfort, only dread. Your parents do not hear the phone. Somehow, impossibly, it never wakes them. Once, in a burst of panic, you ran to their room, receiver still pressed against your ear. They stirred only faintly, mumbling, caught in dreams too deep to break. It is meant for you alone. One night, after the 3rd call, you do not answer. You sit on the edge of your bed, listening to the shrill ring cut through the dark. Your chest aches, your hands shake, but you refuse to lift the receiver. The ringing stops. Relief comes, but only briefly, because a moment later, the static begins anyway, not from the phone, from somewhere deeper. It hums inside your skull, crawling through your thoughts, whispering directly into the folds of your mind. Answer, answer. You collapse to the floor, clutching your head, gasping. The sound fades slowly, leaving you trembling in the silence. The next evening, you sit by the phone, waiting. The house breathes its ordinary rhythm, the creak of beams, the sigh of the refrigerator. But you hear nothing except the imagined ring. Midnight passes. 1:30. Nearly 1. And then, as if answering your anticipation, the phone shatters the silence. You snatch the receiver before the 2nd ring. Static. Louder now, layered with faint pulses, like coded signals stitched into the hiss. You strain, listening harder than you've ever listened to anything. And then the voice comes clear. We gave you the mark. You belong to us. Your body locks. Your sleeve burns as though the circle beneath has awakened. You press your palm against it, shaking. Why? You whisper. Why me? The line crackles violently. For a moment, only static. Then, because you remember, the line cuts. You sit frozen for what feels like hours, receiver pressed against your ear long after the dial tone returns. The words carve themselves into you because you remember. You replay them over and over until dawn filters through the window. The calls continue in the nights that follow. Always the same static. Always the same whispers that seem to know what you fear most. Sometimes the words comfort, soft as a lullaby. Do not fear. We are with you. Other times, they sharpen into warning. They are watching. Stay quiet. And sometimes, they feel like commands. Come to us. Soon. Each time you promise yourself you won't answer again. Each time when the phone rings, you lift the receiver anyway. You cannot stop. One night, the static shifts. It is not just noise now. It is layered, rhythmic, almost musical. Beneath the hiss, pulses throb in patterns, rising and falling like code. You realize with a chill that it is not random. It is signal. The whispers thread through the signal like vines. Soon you will hear us clearly. Soon the others will hear, too. Your blood runs cold, because in that moment you know the calls are not just for you anymore. They are practice. They are warning. They are preparation. The line dies. The phone clicks softly, final, as though exhaling. You set the receiver down with trembling hands. The silence that follows is worse than the static ever was. Because now, you are waiting not just for the next call. You are waiting for the next signal. And you know when it comes, it will not hide in the phone anymore. It will come through the air itself. The calls on the phone had left you raw. Every night you waited for the shrill ring that shattered sleep, for the static that crawled through the line and whispered truths you weren't ready to hear. But tonight, the phone is silent. For the first time in weeks, you almost believe you are free. Almost. Because silence, you've learned, is never safety. It is only the pause before something new. The discovery comes by accident. The radio in the kitchen is old, its dials stiff, its plastic casing cracked near the speaker. It has been with your family longer than you can remember, playing soft music during dinners, news in the mornings, weather reports before storms. It is ordinary, harmless, until tonight. You twist the knob, searching for a station to drown out the restless silence. Music stutters in, then fades. Voices blur in and out, the announcer's tones fractured by static. You keep turning, impatient, and then you hear it. Not music, not news. The hiss, the same thick, crawling static that had lived on the phone line, alive and hungry. You freeze. The radio hums in its low mechanical breath, speaker trembling as the hiss deepens. Beneath it, faint pulses rise and fall, rhythmic, deliberate, not noise, pattern. You lean closer, pulse racing, ear nearly against the grill, and then, beneath the static, the whisper threads through. We found you. You listen. You hear us still. Your hand jerks, nearly knocking the radio to the floor. The whisper fades, swallowed by crackling noise. But you know it was there, exactly the same as the phone. You spin the dial frantically, desperate to find the station again. The static surges, weakens, disappears. Music returns, a cheerful song so jarringly normal it makes your skin crawl. You turn back, searching, but the frequency will not be caught again. It drifts like smoke, vanishing between stations, hiding just out of reach. You stare at the dial, fingers trembling. The mark on your arm tingles faintly, a pulse echoing the signal. This was no accident. The calls have changed form. The whispers have found another voice. The next night, you try again. You sit in the dark kitchen, the rest of the house asleep, the old radio before you like an altar. You twist the dial slowly, carefully, letting each burst of sound wash over you. Music, news, silence, static. And then it comes. A low thrum, a hiss. Beneath it, the pattern again. This time you don't flinch. You lean in, heart pounding, whispering into the static as if it can hear you. I'm here. I'm listening. The hiss shudders, the pulse sharpens, and then the voice returns. Good. You learn. You listen. The words are fractured, mechanical, as if stretched through wires not meant for them, yet they are clear enough. Your chest tightens. What do you want? The answer comes, soft and steady. Remember. Follow. Obey. The line snaps back into pure static. After that night, the radio becomes your obsession. You return to it each evening, waiting for the house to sleep, waiting for the silence to grow heavy. You twist the dial carefully, listening for the hiss. Sometimes it takes minutes, sometimes hours, but always, eventually, it comes. And each time, the voice is waiting. You are chosen. The circle binds you. Others hear us too. The last phrase chills you most of all. Others. It is not just you. Not just your friend who stayed silent. Not just your neighbor who confessed. There are more. You begin to notice strange things. At school, you hear classmates humming tunes that don't exist, melodies stitched from static. In the library, someone fiddles with an old cassette player, head tilted as if listening for a voice only they can hear. Passing a stranger on the street, you hear him murmur, "Remember," under his breath without realizing it. The radio signal is spreading. It is no longer confined to the phone, to your home, to your nights. It breathes through the air itself, through wires and frequencies, weaving into the world unseen. And everyone is listening, even if they don't know it. One night, as you twist the dial, the voice grows sharper than ever before. The static falls away for a moment, leaving silence too deep to be natural. Then, clearly, "We will show you. Look outside." Your breath catches. You stumble to the window, pulling back the curtain with trembling fingers. The street is empty, washed pale in moonlight. The houses sleep quietly. Nothing moves. And then, above the trees, the glow, faint at first, pulsing softly as though breathing with the rhythm of the signal. You press your hand against the glass, chest tight, unable to look away. The whisper rises again from the radio, blending with the hum in your bones. We are here. We are near. The glow brightens, then vanishes. The radio cuts to silence. You collapse into the chair, breath ragged, hand pressed against the circle on your arm. It is no longer just whispers, no longer just memory. They are here. The next morning, you try the radio in daylight. You turn the dial again and again, but the signal is gone. Only music, news, the ordinary clutter of human sound. You almost convince yourself it was imagination. Almost. But when you glance down, your sleeve has slipped. The circle on your skin glows faintly, just for a heartbeat. And you know the signal was real. That night, the static returns. Louder, clearer, filling the entire kitchen until it feels like the room itself hums. And the voice says only one thing. Next time, you will follow. You never mean to find it. The file arrives not with ceremony, but with dust. It is tucked at the bottom of a cardboard box your father drags in from the attic, stacked among yearbooks, faded photo albums, and tax forms so old their paper has yellowed. He sets the box on the kitchen floor, muttering about clearing space. To him, it is junk. To you, it becomes a key. You sit cross-legged on the linoleum, sifting through the box idly. School portraits smile their plastic smiles. Old receipts crumble in your fingers. The air smells of paper and attic musk. Then your hand closes around something different. A thin folder, its manila cover stamped with a faded emblem. At first you think it's an ordinary government form, one of the endless documents that drift through adulthood, but the letters printed across the top freeze your breath. Unidentified aerial phenomena, declassified. Your heart stutters. The folder feels heavier than it should, its weight pressing into your lap. You open it slowly, half expecting your father to notice, to snatch it away. But he has already wandered upstairs, forgetting the box entirely. The kitchen clock ticks steadily, alone with you and the file. Inside are photocopied reports, grainy photographs, handwritten notes in the margins. The first page describes a bright sphere of light sighted over farmland, reported by multiple witnesses. The words echo your own nights, your own memories. The next page shows sketches, circles with radiating beams, stick-like figures in silhouette, childlike, crude, yet unmistakable. You flip further, hands trembling. More reports, more sketches. The pattern repeats, light, silence, missing time. Each story bleeds into the next until you can no longer tell which belong to strangers and which belong to you. Then you turn a page and the world stops. A drawing stares back at you. The lines are shaky, pressed into paper with the uneven hand of a child. Crayon strokes smear across the page. The circle of light, figures within it. You know this drawing because you made it. You remember the day, sitting on the floor, crayons scattered around, sketching what you had seen. You remember your mother's quick hands folding the paper away, your father's silence. You had forgotten until you found it again in the attic. But here it is, inside a government file. Your stomach twists. You flip faster, desperate, horrified. Page after page, notes, diagrams, transcripts of interviews with children who sound like you. Each line bleeds into your own story. Subject claims to have heard voices. Subject reports missing hours of time. Subject marked with unexplained circular scar. Your hands shake so hard the pages blur because the words are no longer general, no longer anonymous. They describe you, your name, your age, the date of the highway incident. Your pulse thunders in your ears. The mark beneath your sleeve tingles, glowing faintly as if reading along. And then, on the final page, you see a photograph. Your house, taken at night. The glow hanging above it. You drop the file as though it burns. Papers scatter across the floor, fanning out like wings. The whispers begin, low and steady, threaded through the tick of the clock. You were never hidden. We have always watched, always written. You press your palms against your ears, but it doesn't help. The whispers are inside, not outside. The words on the papers crawl into your mind until you cannot tell if you are reading or remembering. You shove the pages back into the folder, hands fumbling, heart racing, but one sheet clings to your palm, a letter stamped in bold. For internal review, subject retained, beneath it, typed neatly, observation ongoing, further contact expected, do not engage without clearance, and at the bottom, a signature you cannot read, the ink blurred by time. You sit frozen on the kitchen floor, folder clutched against your chest. The house creaks softly around you, ordinary again, but nothing feels ordinary anymore. Someone has been documenting you, watching you, collecting every secret you thought was yours alone. The file is proof, but proof of what? That they knew, that they allowed it, that they were part of it all along? The questions crush you until you can hardly breathe. That night you hide the file beneath your mattress, as you once hid the drawing, as you once hid the VHS tape. You lie in bed staring at the ceiling, waiting for the whispers. They do not wait long. We gave them the file. They wrote your name. They cannot stop us. You curl tighter beneath the blanket, clutching your arm. The mark burns faintly, pulsing in rhythm with the words. The whispers soften, almost soothing. You are not theirs. You are ours. Sleep takes you like a tide. Morning feels different. You go about the rituals of the day, school, voices, faces, but every sound is muffled, every glance unfamiliar. You feel detached, as if you are moving through someone else's life. You wonder if the file changed you, or if it only revealed what had always been true. At night, when the house grows still again, you pull the folder from beneath the mattress. The papers whisper as you unfold them, edges curling, ink faint. You trace your name on the page that should not exist. Your hand trembles, because beneath the typewritten lines, faintly, another word has appeared. Written not in ink, not in pencil, burned into the page. Soon. The clock ticks, the house sleeps, and outside, in the distance, you hear the low, unmistakable hum of an engine. A car idling in the dark. You first notice him at the edge of the diner. The place is nearly empty, just the faint hum of the ceiling fan, the clink of dishes from the kitchen, and the stale scent of coffee that has been left to burn too long. You came here hoping for quiet, hoping to escape the whispers that have been following you through the radio, through the phone, through your own thoughts. But even here, the air feels heavy. He sits alone at a booth in the corner. His posture is rigid, his back straight despite the years carved into his frame. His hair is gray, cropped close, his face weathered with lines too deep to be age alone. His eyes, though, are sharp. They find you when you walk in, and they don't let go. You try to ignore him. You slide into a booth, order something you won't finish, stare at the worn menu as if its smudged words could anchor you. But after a while, he stands. He walks slowly, deliberately, the way soldiers walk even long after the battlefield. And when he reaches your table, his voice is low, careful, as though every word is weighed before being spoken. Mind if I sit? You don't answer right away. The mark beneath your sleeve tingles, alive. He notices your hesitation and nods, as if he expected it. Then he sits anyway. For a long moment, he says nothing. He just studies you, his eyes flicking once to your arm, once to the window, and then back to you. Finally, he speaks. You've seen them. The words are not question, they are certainty. Your throat tightens. You try to play dumb, to shake your head, to pretend you don't know what he means, but his gaze holds you still. I know that look, he continues. Seen it in the mirror more times than I care to admit. You whisper, who are you? He leans forward, voice lower now. I was a soldier, overseas, long ago, thought I knew what fear was, but the things I saw back home, those weren't in any manual. They weren't in any war report, and they sure as hell weren't human. His story unravels in fragments, each word heavy with memory. One night, stationed near a remote base, he and his unit saw lights, hovering above the tree line, moving in ways no aircraft could. The air went silent, the night bent inward. Radios crackled with voices that weren't theirs. When it was over, he says, staring into his untouched coffee, we were missing 6 hours, 6 whole hours. The brass told us to write it up as a communications drill. We all signed the same report. We all lied. His voice hardens. But they knew. They were watching even then. Government suits came the next morning, asked questions we didn't have answers to, threatened us when we said too much. He looks at you directly, and in his eyes you see the same dread that coils in your own chest. They're watching you now too. That mark you carry, it's not just theirs. It's theirs and ours, 2 sides of the same shadow, and neither will ever let you go. Your heart pounds. The whispers stir faintly at the edges of your hearing, curling around his words like vines. He knows, he remembers. Hush, hush. You clutch your sleeve, pressing your palm against the circle. Why me? You whisper. Why any of us? He shakes his head slowly. They don't choose the strong. They don't choose the willing. They choose the ones who remember, the ones who can't forget. That's you. That's me. That's all of us they've touched. He glances over his shoulder, his gaze narrowing toward the diner's windows. The parking lot outside lies empty, but his jaw tightens anyway. You need to be careful, he says. They'll come as friends, as neighbors, as men in black coats. They'll smile, ask polite questions, and they'll take everything you don't guard. The waitress passes, refilling cups. He falls silent until she leaves, eyes fixed on his untouched plate. When he speaks again, his voice trembles with something deeper than fear. I tried to warn others, my unit, my family, but silence spreads faster than truth. Some of them obeyed, some disappeared. And me? I stayed quiet. Until now. His hand grips yours suddenly, his skin rough, his grip strong. You feel the weight of years behind it. They will test you, he says. They already are. The calls, the radios, the files, they're not mistakes. They're breadcrumbs. They're leading you somewhere. Don't follow. The whispers grow louder, pulsing against your skull. Do not trust him. Do not listen. He lies. You flinch, eyes darting. He sees it. His grip tightens. They don't want you to hear me. That's how I know I'm right. The diner feels smaller now, the walls closer, the lights harsher. You look around, expecting suits in the doorway, black cars outside. But there is nothing. Only silence. Only him. Why tell me? You whisper. He leans back, his shoulders heavy, eyes shadowed. Because once, someone warned me, and I didn't listen. I thought I could handle it alone. I was wrong. I won't let you make the same mistake. He pushes something across the table, an envelope, worn, edges torn. Take it. Don't open it here. Not now. But when the time comes, you'll know. Your fingers brush the paper. It feels hot, as though it carries a pulse of its own. Before you can ask more, he stands. His movements are deliberate, precise, the way soldiers carry themselves even when their war has long ended. Don't trust anyone, he says again. Not even me, if they ever send me back. With that, he walks to the door, his boots heavy on the tile. For a moment, you think he will vanish like a dream, dissolve into the shadows of the parking lot. But just before he steps outside, he turns. His eyes find yours one last time. And he whispers, almost too softly to hear, they already know you're here. The door swings shut. The diner hums again with its ordinary rhythm, the fan, the dishes, the faint smell of coffee. But the booth across from you is empty. The envelope rests beneath your palm, and outside in the distance, you hear the low growl of an engine. The black car returns. The envelope feels heavier than paper should. You carry it home pressed against your chest, every step echoing with the soldier's warning. Don't open it here. Not now. You'll know when. Yet when midnight comes and the house falls into its fragile silence, you can't wait any longer. You sit at your desk, the lamp's yellow glow spilling across the wood. The envelope lies before you, edges frayed, corners softened by too many hands. Your fingers tremble as you slide it open. Inside is a stack of papers, stapled but brittle. The top page bears a government heading, the same faded emblem you saw in the attic file. Unidentified aerial phenomena, restricted. Your heart stutters. You begin to read. The first page is intact. It speaks in the cold, clinical voice of official reports. Subject exhibits recurring encounters beginning in early childhood. Subject reports auditory phenomena described as whispers. Subject displays physical marking consistent with circular scar. The words make your skin crawl. It is you. Again, you flip to the next page, only to find half of it missing. The sheet is torn jaggedly across the center. Only fragments remain. Taken aboard. Subject restrained. Memory suppression protocol. The rest is gone. You turn another page, heart pounding. This one is blacked out almost entirely. Thick bars of ink swallow entire paragraphs, leaving only a handful of words to breathe. Surveillance recommended. Do not disclose to subject. Recovery team dispatched. You grip the paper tighter, your fingers leaving smudges. It is deliberate. Whatever truth was here has been erased, hidden, but you can feel it, like a shadow left behind after the body is gone. The missing pages are louder than the ones that remain. As you flip further, you notice something stranger still. Some pages are not torn or redacted. They are blank, perfectly white, perfectly clean, as though nothing had ever been written at all. Yet when you tilt them toward the lamp, faint impressions rise, indentations of words once pressed by a heavy hand. You trace your fingers across the grooves, lips moving silently, trying to shape letters that no longer exist. And as you do, the whispers return. Lost. Erased. We still remain. The words shiver across your skull, filling the empty spaces. For a moment, the blank pages blur, and you see them as they once were. Lines of text, paragraphs of confession, words too dangerous to survive. Then the vision fades. The pages are white again. You push the papers aside, breathing hard. The lamp hums faintly, the room swimming with dust. But something pulls you back, an urge, a demand. You gather the stack again, flipping toward the end. There, near the bottom, one page clings stubbornly, half torn, half blank. At the top, typed neatly, location, redacted. But beneath the thick black ink, something bleeds through. A word, a name. You hold the page close to the lamp, squinting, willing the letters into clarity. And slowly, faintly, you make it out. Church. The word chills you. It stirs a memory. An old building on the edge of town, long abandoned, its steeple cracked, its wynn, dows boarded. You passed it countless times as a child, always with unease. Your parents warned you away, muttering about rot, danger, collapse. But now the whispers confirm what the page cannot say. They wait there. They waited always. You slam the file shut, heart hammering. The lamp flickers, shadows bending across the walls. You shove the papers back into the envelope, sliding it beneath your mattress. But the word lingers, carved into your mind. Church. That night, sleep comes in fragments. You dream of missing pages fluttering through endless corridors, each one marked with the same word. Church. 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 You dream of pews filled not with people, but with figures too tall, their heads bowed in silence. You dream of the altar glowing with light not from candles, but from something alive, and above it all, a voice whispers, steady and relentless. Come to us. The missing leads you. The missing waits for you there. You wake before dawn, drenched in sweat, the circle on your arm burning faintly beneath your sleeve. The house is silent, but the silence is not empty. It is waiting. You know where the missing pages point. You know where you must go. The first time you see it, you tell yourself it is coincidence. The black sedan idles across the street, half hidden in the shadows beneath the old oak tree. Its paint reflects nothing, not even the silver of the moonlight. Its windows are tinted too dark to reveal anything within. You stand at your bedroom window, the curtain pulled back an inch. The car sits perfectly still. Hours pass, yet it does not move. Its engine hums low and steady, a mechanical heartbeat that carries through the night. When dawn finally bleeds across the horizon, the sedan is gone. You might believe it was never there at all, if not for the faint smell of exhaust that lingers in the air, proof that the night had been watching. The second time, it waits for you outside the school. You notice it while walking home, its polished hood catching a shard of sunlight at the far end of the street. Children run past you, their laughter too loud, too bright, drowning the silence that clings to the car. You slow your steps. The sedan does not move. Its windows remain blank, mirrors of the world around it. But you feel eyes inside, eyes that do not blink, that do not break. The circle on your arm tingles beneath your sleeve, and faintly, a whisper curls inside your skull. We see you. You see us. After that, the sedan becomes constant. Not every day, not every hour, but always when you least expect. At the grocery store parking lot, on the road near the fields, idling at the end of your street at dusk. Never chasing, never confronting, only watching. And each time, the whispers follow. You are not hidden. You are not alone. You try to tell yourself it is just paranoia, that cars come and go, that shadows play tricks. But deep inside, you know better. The sedan is not coincidence, it is ritual. One night, unable to sleep, you creep downstairs and peek through the living room blinds. It is there at E again. Parked directly across from your house, engine humming low, headlights off, but its presence heavy, undeniable. You press your face against the glass, heart hammering. For a moment, the whispers swell louder. Come closer. Come see. Your body trembles, caught between fear and compulsion. You unlock the door slowly, each click of the bolt loud in the silence. Stepping outside, the cold air wraps around you. The sedan waits. You take a step toward it. The headlights flare suddenly, blinding white. You stagger back, shielding your eyes. When the light fades, the sedan is gone, vanished. Only the hum of the engine lingers in your bones. The pattern repeats. Always there, always gone. The car never approaches you, never speaks, yet its silence is louder than words. Its presence coils around your life until every sound feels like an echo of its engine. And still, no one else notices. Your parents dismiss it as nothing. Strangers glance past it as though it does not exist. You alone see it. You alone hear the whispers. Because you remember, because you are ours. One evening, you take the long road toward the edge of town, past the abandoned fields where weeds climb through broken fences. The sun sinks, bleeding the sky into bruised purples and reds. At the far bend of the road, the sedan waits. You stop walking. The car idles in silence, headlights off, its dark windows reflecting the last fragments of daylight. The whispers rise again, sharper this time, layered with static. Follow. 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 Your knees weaken. The circle on your arm burns. Every instinct screams at you to turn back. But the car does not move. It only waits. For you. That night you dream of the sedan. It sits at the end of your bed, impossibly small, yet impossibly heavy, its headlights pulsing with each beat of your heart. Inside, silhouettes shift, tall, thin, their faces blurred, but their eyes endless. The door opens slowly, spilling white light across your skin. You wake gasping, drenched in sweat. The sound of an idling engine lingers outside your window. When you look, the street is empty, but the smell of exhaust seeps through the glass. The next day, you return to the missing pages, the torn file the soldier gave you. You trace the redacted lines, desperate for meaning, and then you see it. Faint impressions left where words had been erased. Your fingers move across the grooves. The whispers answer. Vehicle, observation unit, black sedan. Your chest tightens. The proof is there. The car is not just coincidence. It is part of the file, part of the plan, part of you. That evening, you stand at your window once more, waiting. The sedan arrives just after midnight, sliding silently into place at the curb. This time, you do not hide. You step outside, the air sharp in your lungs, your feet moving of their own accord. The car's hum deepens, vibrating through the street, through your bones. You stop only a few feet away. The driver's window slides down. Inside, there is no driver, no man in black, no human at all. Only the glow, silver white, pulsing softly, bending the air inside the car like heat over pavement. Within the glow, shapes shift, elongated, thin, their eyes catching the faintest shimmer. The whispers rise, clear now, undeniable. We wait at the church. We always waited at the church. The window slides shut. The sedan pulls away, its tail lights fading into the night. You stand frozen on the street, sleeve pulled back, the circle on your arm glowing faintly. And you know where you must go. The morning begins like any other. At least, it pretends to. The sun rises pale, weak against the horizon, painting the rooftops in tired shades of gold. Birds stir in the distance, their songs thin, hesitant, as if they too are afraid of being overheard. You step outside, your sleeve pulled tight over your arm, the circle beneath still warm from the whispers of the night before. The sedan is gone. The street looks ordinary, and yet, as you walk into town, you notice it. The silence, not the soft, peaceful silence of early dawn. This is a silence thick as tar, filling every corner, pressing into your ears until even your own footsteps sound too loud. The town has become quiet, too quiet. Shops that once bustled with chatter now sit hollow. The bakery door is open, but the air carries no scent of bread, no clatter of trays. The shelves inside are bare. The barber's chair sits empty, scissors gleaming faintly in the dust. You pass the diner, the place where the soldier warned you. The lights are on, but through the window, every booth is vacant. No clink of cups, no hum of conversation, only stillness. Your chest tightens. This is not absence. This is erasure. The town has not gone to sleep. It has been silenced. You walk faster, scanning faces when you see them, though there are few. A woman stands at the corner, clutching a shopping bag. She stares straight ahead, unmoving, her eyes glazed, lips parted just slightly. A man sweeps the sidewalk, broom scratching faintly, but his gaze never lifts. He moves in stiff rhythm, mechanical, as though following a script written for him. Neither acknowledge you. You whisper hello. Neither answer. The silence thickens, pressing against your skin, crawling beneath it. As you move further, whispers stir faintly in your skull, blending with the hush of the empty streets. They are not gone. They are here. They are quiet because we mad. Them quiet. Your pulse quickens. You look at the people again. Their stillness feels wrong, as though they are listening. Not to the world, not to you, but to something else entirely. Perhaps to the same signal you've been hearing through phone and radio. Perhaps they are deeper inside it than you. You shiver. At the edge of the square, you stop. The clock tower looms above, its hands frozen at a time that makes no sense. The fountain sits dry, its basin cracked, weeds pushing through the stone. The benches around it are filled with townsfolk, but none of them move. They sit perfectly still, eyes open, hands folded in their laps, watching nothing, hearing everything. You take a cautious step closer. A man on the nearest bench turns his head slightly, not toward you, but toward the air, as if responding to some sound you cannot hear. His lips part, and a single word escapes, cracked and empty. Soon. Your blood runs cold. Then the whispers rise again, curling like smoke inside your skull. This is preparation. This is silence before arrival. They wait with you. They wait for you. You stumble back, sleeve tugged tighter over your arm, breath shallow. because you realize the town itself has become a vessel, not dead, not asleep, waiting. You hurry down a side street, desperate to escape their frozen gazes. The houses stand still, curtains drawn, yet you feel eyes behind every window. The silence is alive, pulsing, as though the town itself breathes. Every door you pass carries weight, every shadow hums faintly, every face you glimpse stares past you. The whispers do not stop. You cannot leave. You are part of them now. You are thread in the quiet. Your throat tightens. You want to scream just to hear your own voice, to prove it still belongs to you. But the silence presses harder, swallowing even the thought. By the time you return to the center, dusk has begun to settle. The townsfolk still sit on their benches, eyes wide, hands folded. The clock tower still frozen, the fountain still dry. But something has changed. The air hums faintly, a vibration you feel in your teeth, in your bones. The silence has become louder, heavier. It pulls at you, drags you toward the center of the square. Your legs move without permission, each step carrying you closer. And there, at the far end of the square, the steeple of the old church pierces the sky. Its windows dark, its doors chained. The whispers rise, louder than ever. We wait at the church. The silence leads you there. You stop at the edge of the square, trembling. The church looms. Ahead, its shadow swallowing the cobblestones. The silent townsfolk surround you, their gazes fixed on nothing, their ears tuned to something beyond. And you realize the quiet town is not your prison. It is your escort. All of it, all of them, are pointing you toward the same place. The quiet town lingers inside you long after you leave its streets. The empty eyes of the townsfolk, the frozen clock tower, the benches filled with bodies that breathe without living, all of it follows you into the night. You hear their silence in your footsteps, in the stillness of your own home, in the way even the refrigerator's hum now feels rehearsed. You tell yourself the silence cannot last forever. And that is when the lights return. It begins with a faint shimmer just above the horizon. You notice it while standing at your window, the town sleeping around you, the envelope of missing pages hidden beneath your mattress. At first, you mistake it for a star, bright, steady, too sharp for distance. But then it moves, not a plane, not a satellite. Too smooth, too deliberate. It drifts slowly across the sky, pausing as if it knows you are watching. Your chest tightens, the circle on your arm warms, a faint pulse echoing the light's rhythm. You whisper into the empty room, "You're back," and the whisper inside answers, "We never left." The light multiplies. 1 becomes 3, 3 becomes 7. The sky blossoms with orbs, silver white, drifting in silent formation. They hover above the rooftops, above the trees, above the town that no longer speaks. The streets below remain still, but you sense the townsfolk know. You imagine them sitting in their homes, eyes open in the dark, waiting for the glow they have been promised. The air grows heavier. Every breath tastes metallic, charged. The lights swell brighter, brighter still, until shadows bend and windows shimmer. And then, as one, they stop, directly above you. You cannot move. The world holds its breath. A beam unfurls slowly, spilling downward like liquid silver. It touches the earth with no sound, no weight, only presence. Your skin prickles, your heartbeat stumbling against its rhythm. You should run. You should hide. But your body obeys something deeper than fear. You step outside. The night is quiet except for the hum, low and endless, vibrating through your bones. The beam pours across the street, painting the pavement pale. You stand at its edge, sleeve slipping back, the circle on your arm glowing in answer. The whispers rise inside your skull, louder than ever. Child of memory, we return for you. You are ours still. Your knees weaken. You clutch your arm, trembling. And yet, beneath the fear, something else stirs. Wonder. Because the lights are beautiful, silent, impossible. endless, moving with a grace no machine could mimic, no human could command. They terrify you, yes, but they also call to you. The beam shifts, not closer, not farther, but wider. Its glow spills across your house, across the trees, across the quiet street. For a moment, the world is remade in silver. Every leaf, every stone, every crack in the pavement glows with a strange, unnatural clarity. And in that light, you see them. Figures. Tall, thin, blurred at the edges, standing within the beam. They do not step forward, yet somehow they draw nearer. Their presence presses against your skin, against your mind. Your lips move without permission. Why me? The answer does not come as sound. Because you remember, the light flickers. For a heartbeat, the world shatters. You see flashes, corridors of white, tables of steel, the soldier's haunted eyes, your friend's silence, your neighbor's mark. All of it collides, layering atop one another until you cannot tell memory from vision, and then you see yourself, lying in the light, unmoving, the mark on your arm glowing brighter than the stars above. You stumble back, gasping, the vision breaking apart. The beam retracts slightly, pulsing as though alive. The whispers soften. Not yet. Not tonight. And just as suddenly as they arrived, the lights begin to rise. One by one, they peel away from the town, drifting higher into tow-he sky. Their glow fades slowly, like embers swallowed by distance, until only the faint shimmer of stars remains. The silence that follows is worse than the hum. The world feels hollow, emptied of something it cannot exist without. You stand in the street, staring upward long after the lights are gone, your arm still burning faintly beneath your sleeve. The town remains quiet. The houses remain still. But the sky remembers, and so do you. Later, when you lie awake in your room, you realize the silence has changed. It is no longer absence, it is expectation. The town is waiting, the people are waiting, the sky itself is waiting. And in the distance, you hear it, the first cry of an animal. A dog's bark, sharp and sudden. It cuts off mid-sound, strangled by silence. Then another, a crow's caw, choked halfway. The animals, too, are being silenced. The whispers curl around your mind one last time before sleep drags you under. The lights return, and soon, all voices will fall quiet. You notice it first in the morning. The sun lifts pale over the rooftops, spilling across fences and lawns. The town looks ordinary again, pretending to be alive after the night the lights returned. But the air feels wrong. It takes you a moment to realize why. The dog down the street, the one that barks each dawn, chasing shadows that never move, is silent. No scratching at the fence, no impatient yelps, just quiet. As you walk through town, you listen harder. The birds are gone too, not gone perhaps, but voiceless. The trees sway in the breeze, their branches alive with movement, but no song escapes, no chirp, no cry, not even the faint rustle of wings. The world is moving, but the sound is gone. You pause beneath a tree, tilting your head upward. A sparrow perches on a branch, feathers puffed against the cool air. Its beak opens, its chest rises, but no sound comes. It is singing into silence. By midday, the quiet deepens. The usual hum of crickets that fills the grassy lots is gone. The frogs near the creek do not croak. Even the flies that buzz relentlessly in summer heat are absent. Nature itself has been hushed. The silence grows thick, pressing into your ears until you almost forget what the world is supposed to sound like. Every step you take feels amplified, every breath too loud. The town stares at you with stillness, as though it is waiting for you to notice, and you have. That night, you lie awake in your room, windows cracked to the cool air. The silence presses deeper, filling even the spaces between your thoughts. You close your eyes, straining, desperate to hear something natural, anything, but only the whispers come. We quiet them, we still them, so you may listen. Your body trembles, You clutch your sleeve, pressing your palm against the mark on your arm. It hums faintly, answering the voice. All voices fall quiet until only ours remain. The next day, the absence grows unbearable. You walk past the park, once filled with dogs leaping for sticks, birds weaving through branches, children shrieking in play. Now it is hollow. The swings creak faintly in the wind, but no laughter follows. You see a cat sitting near the curb, eyes wide, tail curled neatly. It watches you as you pass, unblinking. Its mouth opens once, twice. No sound. The silence has stolen even the ordinary. By evening, the weight of it crushes you. You remember the soldier's warning, the missing pages, the black sedan. Each piece points towards something larger, something you cannot yet name. And now even the animals, the simplest voices of the earth, have been claimed. The whispers confirm your fear. Their silence is a sign. The world prepares. You whisper back, voice trembling. For what? The answer comes as static, layered, heavy. Arrival. That night, you dream. You walk through the town, its streets filled with animals, dogs, birds, cats, horses, every creature you've ever known. They line the sidewalks, perch on rooftops, fill the branches of trees. All of them watch you. All of them open their mouths. But no sound escapes. Their silence roars louder than any cry. And then, as one, they turn their heads skyward. The lights return above them, silver and endless. You wake gasping, drenched in sweat, your arm burning beneath your sleeve. The silence continues for days. By now, you no longer expect to hear them. The world feels smaller without their voices, flatter, yet the whispers never leave. Soon the quiet will take them too. Soon you will stand alone in it. You shudder, unable to tell if they mean the animals or the people. That night, as you stare at the window, longing for even the cry of a cricket, something happens. The glass trembles, the latch lifts, and slowly, carefully, the window opens on its own. The night is restless. Your window still gapes open, though you swear you closed it. The latch is raised, the curtains stirring with a breeze that carries no sound. Not even the crickets speak anymore. The animals are gone. The silence has claimed them all. You lie awake, waiting, knowing something else is coming. And when it does, you are not surprised. The light returns. It does not arrive in pieces, the way it once did, flickering across the sky like distant orbs. This time it comes as a single beam, sharp and white, pouring through the open window as though the night has torn itself open. It does not spread. It does not fade. It falls straight and perfect, carving your room into halves, shadow and brilliance. Your chest tightens. The circle on your arm burns. And then the world stops. The beam freezes. Not the way light freezes in photographs or memory. Not the way shadows pause in the stillness of a room. This is different. The light hangs solid in the air, tangible, like glass. Dust motes hang inside it, suspended mid-fall. Your breath catches, and even that does not escape. It lingers as vapor, unmoving, caught halfway from your lips. You glance at the clock on the dresser. Its red digits blink the same number, again and again, refusing to move forward. Time has been locked. You step toward the beam, legs trembling, every sound you make swallowed instantly. The wood beneath your feet does not creak. Your heartbeat feels muffled, slow, as though even your blood obeys the silence. You raise a hand. The surface of the beam is solid, not warm, not cold, just absolute. Your fingers press against it, and ripples of silver race outward, bending the frozen dust into strange shapes. And then the whispers return. Not faint, not hidden, clear. You are the center. The stillness is for you. You stumble back, sleeve slipping. The circle on your arm glows bright, brighter than ever before, pulsing in rhythm with the frozen beam. The two are connected. The whispers rise again, layered with static. The world halts when you are chosen. Time bends for the remembered. You clutch your arm, heart pounding. The glow intensifies until the skin feels as if it will split open. And outside your window, beyond the beam, the world confirms what you fear. A bird hangs mid-flight, wings spread wide, eyes glassy, suspended in air. The trees beyond do not sway. The clouds in the night sky are carved like stone, unmoving. The beam has stopped everything, except you. You step into it. The moment your body crosses, the whispers flood you. We froze the world so you may listen, so you may see. Visions explode behind your eyes. You are no longer in your room. You are in a corridor of endless white, walls that breathe faintly, floor humming beneath your feet. Tall figures move along the edges, their forms blurred but undeniable. Their eyes catch yours. You see a table, metal, straps, the circle on your arm burning brighter as hands reach for you. You collapse, gasping, falling back out of the beam. The vision fades. The whispers soften. The room is still frozen. Your breath comes ragged, loud in your ears, though no sound escapes. You clutch your head, trying to force the voices out, but they remain, calm and steady. The frozen beam is doorway. We opened it for you alone. You stare at the light, at the perfect column dividing your room. A part of you wants to step back in, to see more. Another part of you trembles with dread, because you know if you stay too long inside it, you will not come back. The glow on your arm flickers, weaker now, the burning dimming to a faint hum. The beam responds, rippling once more. Dust stirs. Your breath finally escapes, drifting outward, and a slow sigh. The clock ticks forward again. One number, then another. Time has resumed. The bird outside finishes its flight, vanishing into the night. The trees sway faintly in the breeze. The beam remains one heartbeat longer. Then it retracts. The room falls into shadow and silence. You collapse onto the floor, trembling, clutching your arm. The whispers linger in the air, softer now, but heavy. We froze the world for you, and we will again, until you are ready. Your head throbs, your eyes burn. You stumble to your feet, staring at the empty space where the beam had cut through the night. The window is still open, the air is still wrong, and you know the silence is not finished, because the whispers curl once more, pointing not to the sky this time, but inward. The next shadow waits inside your house. The house has always been your shelter, its creaking floors, its worn walls, the familiar hum of pipes. It all used to belong to you. But tonight, after the frozen beam, it feels different. You close the window, draw the curtain, and lock the latch. Yet the silence follows you. Not the silence of animals or town, but something thicker, deeper, a silence that looks back. The whispers linger in your head. The shadow waits inside. And slowly, you realize they are right. It begins in the hallway. You flick the light switch, and for a moment, everything seems ordinary. The bulb hums, the wallpaper glows faintly, and your own shadow stretches behind you. But then, in the corner, you see it. A shape too tall, too thin, stretched across the wall in angles that make no sense. Its head brushes the ceiling, elongated, its limbs impossibly long. You blink. It does not vanish. It sways faintly, as though breathing. You step back, heart hammering. The floor does not creak. The house does not shift. The shadow remains, patient, still. You whisper into the silence. Who are you? The answer blooms in your skull, soft and steady. We are the watchers. We are the ones who wait. Your breath shudders. The shadow leans slightly, as though it has listened too closely, and then it is gone. But the house is not empty. You feel them everywhere now, along the staircase, at the end of the hall, within the cracks of the dimly lit kitchen. Whenever the light flickers, the shadows stretch taller than they should, lingering longer than natural. They do not move quickly, they do not rush, they simply remain, observing. That night, sleep refuses you. You lie in bed, covers pulled tight, listening for any sound at all. The house is heavy with silence, yet you sense movement in the dark, not footsteps, not breathing, just presence. Your eyes drift open, adjusting to the faint glow of the moon through the curtains. They are there, 3, maybe 4 of them, standing at the edges of your room. Tall, thin, their heads bent slightly, watching you. They do not move when you sit up. They only tilt, and in your skull, the whispers bloom again. You are marked. You are ours. You want to scream. You want to wake your parents, run into their room, shake them until they see. But deep inside, you know they won't. They will remain asleep, heavy and dreamless, while the shadows fill your room. Because this was never meant for them, only for you. You bury your face in your pillow, whispering into the fabric, "Please, leave me alone." The reply curls against your skull, sharper this time. We cannot. You are thread. We follow the thread. The mark on your arm pulses beneath the blanket, glowing faintly, betraying you. You press your hand against it, trembling, as though you could smother the light. But the shadows only lean closer. Suddenly one steps forward. It does not walk. It slides, stretching across the floor, its form bending with the light, impossible angles folding into themselves. It stops at the foot of your bed, tall enough to scrape the ceiling. You freeze. Its head tilts, slow and deliberate, and for the first time you see its eyes, not glowing, not human, black, endless. They stare into you, swallowing every thought, every fear. The whispers sharpen, layered now, dozens of voices at once. Look at us, see us, remember us. The room bends. Your vision warps at the edges. The tall shadows multiply, one at the door, one by the window, one standing where your dresser should be. Their forms ripple like water, as though they are not fully here, not fully anywhere. Your hands tremble. You clutch the blanket tighter, a useless barrier. The whispers rise again. We waited long. We wait no more. Then, silence. The shadows stop moving. They stand perfectly still, Sir Baran, hounding you, taller than the room should allow. And then, slowly, one of them turns its head, not toward the walls, not toward the window, toward you. The tall shadow does not blink. Its endless black eyes hold yours, dragging every breath from your chest. You try to look away, to retreat into the false comfort of your blanket, but your body refuses. Your gaze is locked, trapped. The other shadows remain still, tall and unbroken, filling the room like pillars of darkness. But this one leans closer. And then it speaks, not with a mouth, not with a sound. The voice enters your mind like a fracture. It is wrong, too layered, too heavy, like dozens of voices woven together, speaking in tones that shift between high and low, mechanical and organic. The first word shudders through you. Child. You clutch your head, trembling. The sound is not heard, it is felt. Every nerve in your body quivers with it. You whisper hoarsely, "Stop. Please, stop." The voice deepens. We cannot stop. We are what waits. Your body convulses, the mark on your arm burning hot, glowing faintly through the fabric. The other shadows lean forward as though listening too. The voice continues. You hear us because you remember. You are open thread. Others close. You remain. The words are wrong in structure, broken and bent, yet their meaning slams into you with unbearable clarity. You gasp. Why me? The answer comes as static, then, not you alone, many. But you still remember, and memory makes door. Your skull feels as though it will split under the weight of the sound. You clutch your ears, though it changes nothing. The voice does not leave. The walls of your room ripple faintly, shadows bending, corners warping. The dresser twists, elongates, as though reality itself strains under the vibration. The shadow leans closer still, its head cocking in that unnatural angle, black eyes unblinking. You will follow. You will be taken. And in silence, you will speak for us. Your chest tightens. The words sink deeper than thought, seeding tongue, himselves inside you. You shake your head desperately. No, I won't. The whispers multiply, louder now, flooding every space of your mind. You already have. You already belong. Suddenly, your body betrays you. Your lips part, and words slip out. Words you do not choose, words not your own. I remember. Your voice sounds foreign, hollow, threaded with static. The moment you speak, the shadows tremble, as though pleased. The tall one leans so close, its head nearly touches yours. And the voice sharpens, no longer layered, no longer broken, now singular, piercing. Then you are ready. The beam of light flickers back into the room, slicing through the dark. Frozen motes of dust hang once more. Time stalls. The clock halts. The shadow's form ripples, its edges blurring into the glow. You stumble backward, gasping, trying to resist, but the mark on your arm pulses in rhythm with the beam, pulling you closer. The voice returns, steady and unrelenting. We stopped the world to speak. Now we stop you to listen. Your vision fractures. The room dissolves into corridors of white again, endless and humming. Figures drift along the walls. You hear machines, pulses, clicks, strange frequencies not meant for human ears. And above it all, the voice continues. We will change you. We will quiet you. We will open you. Your knees buckle. You collapse onto the floor, clutching your head. The words are not just sound now, they are weight, pressing down, pressing inward. Your thoughts fracture. You cannot tell which are yours and which are theirs. And then, silence, complete. The shadows vanish. The beam retracts. The air returns, heavy but breathable. The clock ticks forward again. You lie on the floor, trembling, your breath ragged. For a moment, you believe it is over, but then the static begins, not from outside, from within. Your skull hums faintly, like a radio tuned halfway to a station. Behind it, just beneath, a voice lingers, faint, waiting. We are not done. The static inside your skull does not fade. It hums long after the tall shadows dissolve, long after the night swallows itself. You press your palms against your temples, whispering for silence. But the silence is no longer yours. It belongs to them. When the world falls away, you don't notice at first. The bed beneath you dissolves, the walls blur, the hum sharpens, swallowing every sound until you are standing, barefoot, in a place that is nowhere at all. The white room. It stretches without walls, yet feels enclosed. Light spills from every surface, though no lamp, no bulb, no sun exists. It is sterile, hollow, impossibly clean, so clean it burns the eyes. You turn slowly, searching for edges, for corners. There are none. The floor blends seamlessly into the walls into the ceiling, everything one unbroken skin of white. The air is heavy but carries no scent, no breeze. Your footsteps echo, though nothing here should echo. The circle on your arm burns faintly as though awakened, and the whispers arrive. You are inside us, inside memory, inside what waits. You stagger backward, palms out, searching for a wall to lean against, but the room bends with you, offering no edge, no anchor. Every direction looks the same. You whisper into the void, "Where am I?" The answer shudders through the whiteness, vibrating the floor beneath your feet. You are where you always were, where you always will be. Your breath quickens. "This isn't real." The reply comes colder. "Real is thread. We pull the thread." You move forward, each step uncertain. The floor is solid, yet too smooth, too flawless, as though walking across polished bone. Your reflection wavers faintly beneath you, stretched and distorted. A figure flickers at the corner of your vision, tall, thin, blurred by the light. You whirl, but it vanishes. Another appears behind you, then another. They do not stay. Pee forward. They remain silhouettes pressed into the white, as if carved from the light itself. The whispers sharpen. See them. They see you. They always saw you. You collapse to your knees, hands trembling against the floor. For a moment, the surface softens, almost liquid, rippling beneath your touch. Then it hardens again. The room itself is alive, watching. You squeeze your eyes shut, and the visions arrive. The white room becomes corridors, narrow, metallic, filled with cold light. You are lying on a table, straps binding your wrists. Shadows lean over you, their elongated faces staring, instruments gleaming in their hands. But when you open your eyes, you are still kneeling in the white. The whispers coil through your skull. You remember because we let you. We let you because you are marked. Your hand moves to your arm, clutching the circle. It burns hotter, a pulse beating in time with your racing heart. Time does not exist here. The clock that once betrayed you is gone. The world outside is gone. There is only the room and the waiting. You stand again, walking forward though every direction feels the same. The whiteness stretches infinite, bending space around you. After what feels like hours or seconds, you stop. Because something has changed. A line, a seam, a faint outline carved into the wall that wasn't there before. A door. It is not shaped like any door you've known. Too tall, too narrow, its edges pulsing faintly with silver light. The surface ripples when you reach toward it, as though made of liquid. The whispers rise again, louder now, overlapping, impossible to separate. Enter, remember, obey, forget, follow. Your body trembles. The door is not opening. It is waiting, waiting for you to decide. You press your hand against it. The surface yields, sinking beneath your palm, rippling outward like water. The mark on your arm glows bright, so red. Yet it bleeds through your sleeve. The whispers reach their peak. You are ready. Step through. The light swallows your vision. The white room dissolves, and the door begins to open. The door swallows you whole. There is no step, no crossing of threshold. One moment you are in the white room, hand pressed against the silver seam. The next, you are falling sideways through yourself, tumbling into a place that feels less like a room and more like a wound. When you land, there is no floor, only fragments. Shards of memory float around you like broken glass, suspended in the air, each one shimmering faintly, each one incomplete. You reach out, trembling, and the first piece presses itself into your palm. A living room, your living room, but smaller, younger. You are a child again, crayons scattered across the floor, the drawing of a glowing circle half finished. Your mother's voice calls from the kitchen, sharp with fear though you never understood it at the time. Then the shard cracks, splitting in two. The memory is gone. Another floats closer, the highway at night, the lights above, the silence that fell when the crickets stopped. But the car is empty this time. Your parents are gone. You sit alone in the back seat, staring upward as the orbs hover impossibly close. You reach toward the glass. and the shard shatters. Dozens of pieces drift around you now, colliding softly, scattering light across the void. You walk slowly among them, touching one after another. Each burns into you for only a second before breaking apart. The neighbor's confession, the old VHS, the soldier in the diner, the watching sedan. Each fragment crumbles as you grasp it, leaving nothing behind but static in your skull. The whispers stir, curling around you like smoke. Remember, remember, remember. Your voice cracks. I'm trying. The shards flicker faster, spinning around you, dozens of versions of yourself caught in their reflections. You see your face as a child, as you are now, even older, even stranger. And then, something else. Faces that are not yours, eyes too black, fingers too long, shadows standing where you should be. Your chest tightens. That's not me. The whispers deepen. All threads are yours. You carry them all. You stumble backward, colliding with a shard larger than the rest. It shows the white room again, but this time you are not alone. Rows of children sit on the floor, each with the same circle burned into their arms. Each stares blankly at the wall, lips moving in whispers you cannot hear. You look closer, heart hammering. One of them is your friend, the one who stayed silent. His eyes meet yours through the shard, wide and desperate, before the fragment cracks and dissolves. The pieces swarm tighter now, orbiting you in chaotic rhythm. Each flash is sharper, more violent. Hands strapping you to a table, needles glinting in light. The car idling outside your window. The town sitting silent on its benches. Fragments blur into each other, overlapping, rewriting themselves. You cannot tell where one memory ends and another begins. And then, amid the storm, one piece drifts closer, steady and deliberate. You reach out. It shows a house you've never seen, a room that isn't yours, and a child, not you, drawing the same circle. You gasp, clutching the shard tight. This isn't mine. The whispers shiver through you, steady, unrelenting. It is now. The shard burns in your hand, light searing your skin. You drop it, but instead of falling, it fuses into your chest, embedding itself inside you. Your body convulses. Images flash, memories that are not yours, voices that are not yours, fear that is not yours. And yet, now they live inside you. The void trembles. The fragments swirl faster, colliding, breaking, reforming. You are drowning in other people's lives, other people's terrors. Each one stitches itself into you until you cannot tell where you end and they begin. The whispers crescendo. You are not one. You are many. You are the memory we made. You collapse to your knees, screaming into the white static of the void. Who am I? Silence answers, then faintly. You are not finished. The shards explode outward, vanishing into the dark. The void collapses into itself, pulling you down, pulling you out. You fall through silence, clutching your burning arm. And when you land, it is in your room again. The bed, the dresser, the window, all as it should be. But inside you, the memories remain, yours and not yours, whole and broken. You are no longer certain which pieces belong, and you know, with a dread that sinks into your bones, some of them never did. Morning greets you with a knock, not at the door, not at the window, at the mind. It presses sharp against your skull, waking you from the storm of dreams, from memories that are not yours and yet live inside you now. You stumble from bed, sleeve pulled down tight, trying to breathe. The town outside is gray, still hushed, the animals still absent. And then you see it, a folder, sitting neatly on your desk. You never placed it there. It is thinner than the soldier's envelope, cleaner than the torn file from the attic. Crisp, modern, edges sharp as if freshly printed. Across the front, in block letters, it reads, Official record. No incident reported. Your stomach twists. You reach for it with trembling fingers. Inside, the pages are neatly typed, stamped with seals that look too perfect, too clinical. The first line repeats itself 3 times, bold, as if to drive the point home. No unusual aerial phenomena have been observed. No unusual aerial phenomena have been observed. No unusual aerial phenomena have been observed. Your eyes blur over the words, but you cannot look away. You flip the page. No contact with non-human entities has been verified. No unexplained markings have been recorded. No missing time events have occurred. Every line contradicts what you know. Every word erases what you've seen. Your hand shakes harder. The third page is worse. It lists names, each name paired with the same phrase. No credible witness statement obtained. You scan them quickly, breath catching. The neighbor who confessed, the friend who stayed silent, the soldier, all struck through, all dismissed. At the bottom, your name, not struck, not dismissed, just waiting. You slam the folder shut, chest heaving, but the whispers seep through anyway, curling from the paper itself, echoing inside your skull. They deny because denial is easier. They erase because erasure is clean. You press your palms against your temples. It's not true. The whispers shiver. Truth is nothing. Memory is everything. And memory is ours. The folder shakes faintly in your hands, though no wind stirs. You open it again, desperate, and find new lines where none existed before. The subject insists on memory. The subject will not let go. Correction required. The letters blur, stretching across the page until they seem to breathe. You drop the file to the floor, but the words crawl anyway, etched now into your thoughts. You stumble into the hallway, trying to escape it, trying to shake free. But the denial follows you, whispering louder, louder, filling the walls. No lights, no voices, no marks, no you. Your sleeve burns, the circle pulses, alive. You clutch it tight, gasping, whispering back, I remember, I remember. The house falls still, the whispers hush, and the folder on the floor flips itself open, pages riffling in an invisible wind. On the last page, a seal stamped deep into the paper glows faintly. 2 circles, one inside the other. Beneath it, words etched sharp as knives. This denial is issued in advance. Your breath falters. You lean closer, reading the next line. It has already been recorded. You have already received it. Your knees weaken. What? What does that mean? The answer blooms in your skull, colder than any voice you've heard before. It means the denial was written before you opened it. It means it always had your name. You reach down, hands shaking, and turn back to the second page. There it is. Your name. Not typed, not stamped, carved into the paper. The folder still lies open on your floor, its pages breathing denial into the quiet air. You cannot bear to touch it again. Its words clawed into you, insisting that nothing you have seen was real, that your very existence is a mistake. And then, as if answering the fear it planted, the phone rings. Not the shrill, broken ring of the static calls. A different tone, softer, deliberate. You hesitate, and then you lift the receiver. A voice greets you, not mechanical, not layered, but human, older, tired, precise. I don't have long, the voice says, but you need to know. My name doesn't matter. What matters is that I was inside. I saw what they buried. You do not speak. You cannot. The weight of his words presses harder than silence itself. The voice continues, steady, clinical, like someone reciting notes from memory. In the 60s, they called it Blue Book. In the 80s, they changed the name. The names don't matter either. Each one was just a mask. The sightings weren't dismissed. They were documented. Every light, every mark, every missing hour, all filed, all cross-checked. Your skin prickles. So it's true. The voice exhales softly, almost a laugh. Truth was never the problem. Truth was easy. The problem was what to do with it. People forget what they're told to forget. Denial is cheaper than panic. The mark on your arm tingles, burning faintly. The whispers stir. Do not listen. Silence him. The scientist's voice grows sharper, pushing through the static, trying to crawl into your skull. They never explain the marks. Too consistent, too precise. Not burns, not infections, not accidents. Circles, always circles. We tested tissue samples from some of them. The cells were changed, rearranged, as if rewritten. Your heart stutters. You clutch your sleeve. The whispers hiss, louder now. Erase him. Erase this. The scientist pauses. You hear him cough, high, his breath ragged. They're trying to cut the line. Of course they are. Listen to me carefully. What you saw, what you carry, it isn't unique. It isn't even rare. What's rare is that you still remember. He continues quickly, as if racing time. I worked 30 years in labs that were never supposed to exist. Rooms with no windows. Basements beneath basements. We analyzed recordings, testimonies, objects pulled from crash sites we were told never happened. Most of it we never understood. Some of it we did. Enough to know this. They don't visit randomly. They select. They return. They follow bloodlines. Your throat tightens. Bloodlines. The whispers coil around the word, hissing faintly. Thread to thread. Family to family. The scientist lowers his voice. Your name is in the files, isn't it? That's how you found me. That's how they found me. You whisper. Why me? Why keep me alive? His reply is cold, factual. Because you're not finished. Because they're still learning through you. You're an experiment running in real time. Your chest clenches. Experiment? Silence stretches on the line. For a moment, you fear the call has died. Then softly, when the lights come back, don't think of them as visitors. Think of them as surgeons. They're opening the patient. The patient is us. The whispers scream now, a chorus layered in your skull. Stop him. Silence him. Silence. The line crackles violently. You hear a crash in the background, glass shattering, footsteps, doors forced open. The scientist gasps. His voice hardens. They've come sooner than I thought. Listen to me. What I told you, it's not everything. I left something behind. Notes in a black notebook. Hidden. You'll know where. You'll feel where. Your grip tightens on the receiver. Wait. Tell me. His voice cuts, strangled mid-word. Static floods the line. Then silence. You stand frozen, the phone heavy in your hand. The whispers calm now, steady, satisfied. We erased him. We erase all who speak. Your pulse pounds. You slam the receiver down, chest heaving. The house groans in its stillness. But you know what you heard. You know what he gave you. Truth. The soldier had given warnings. The neighbor had given confessions. But this was different. Cold. Clinical. Evidence woven into words. And now, because he spoke them, he is gone. That night, you lie awake, staring at the ceiling, the static buzzing faintly inside your head. The mark on your arm pulses. The town beyond your window sleeps in silence. And somewhere, out there, a scientist's truth has just been erased. You whisper to yourself, hoarse, trembling, I won't forget. I won't. The whispers return, curling smug against your thoughts. You won't have to. We remember for you. The house feels emptier now. The soldier's warning, the neighbor's confession, the scientist's truth, they swirl in you like smoke. But smoke always drifts away. Silence always returns. And silence is all that greets you when you find the envelope. It rests neatly on the floor outside your bedroom door, as if someone slid it beneath while you slept. The paper is clean, crisp, too deliberate. You hesitate before picking it up, sleeve tugged over the circle on your arm, as though hiding could protect you from what waits inside. It cannot. The envelope contains a single sheet of paper, one line, typed in block letters, but most of it is blacked out. A thick bar of ink swallows nearly the entire sentence, leaving only fragments behind. Redacted. Must. Redacted. Silence. Redacted. Your throat tightens. You read it again. Again. Hoping the missing words will reveal themselves. They do not. The fragments circle in your mind. Incomplete. Unsatisfied. Must. Silence. The whispers stir, soft at first, curling beneath your thoughts. We wrote the words. We struck them out. We decide what remains. You clutch the paper tighter, fingers smudging the edges. What did you erase? You whisper. The answer presses into your skull, heavy, steady. Everything that matters. The paper trembles faintly in your hands, though no wind stirs. You blink, and for a moment, the black bars seem to ripple as though alive. Beneath them, shapes shift, letters trying to escape. You hold the page closer to the light. For a heartbeat, you see it. A word. Your name. Then the ink seals shut again. Panic tightens your chest. You pace the room, the paper clutched like evidence, like a weapon you don't know how to use. Every time you glance down, the words change, the spacing different, the fragments shifting. Once it reads, must not remember. Silence. Another time. Must remain chosen. Silence. Us. And then, more chilling still. Must. Silence. Yourself. You drop the page as though it burns. It drifts lazily to the floor, landing face up. The whispers purr. See how truth bends. See how denial rewrites. You kneel beside the paper, unable to resist. The black bars stretch longer now, wider, swallowing even the fragments that once remained. Soon, the sentence will be gone entirely. You cannot allow it. You press your palm against the ink, the circle on your arm burning bright, and for a moment the bars dissolve. The full line flashes before your eyes. The subject must remain in silence until they are ready to speak for us. Your breath catches. The words sear into you. Then the bars return, thicker than before. The sentence vanishes. The whispers hiss, fractured, urgent. You saw too much. You read too far. You stagger back, clutching your arm, the glow beneath your sleeve pulsing in rhythm with the words burned into your memory. Not erased, not forgotten, not anymore. That night, you dream of paper. Pages falling endlessly around you, each one covered in black bars. They rain from the sky, covering the ground, filling your lungs. You choke on ink, on denial, on silence. And beneath the storm of pages, a single voice booms through the dark. You are the sentence. You are the redaction. You wake with a gasp, sweat clinging to your skin. The paper still lies on the floor, unmoved. But the sentence has changed again. Now it reads, you must remain silent. And beneath it, etched faintly where no words should be, you see your name. Not typed, not stamped, carved. The paper still lies on your desk, its single sentence blotched with black, your name carved beneath. You stare at it until the words blur, until the denial itself feels like it has seeped into your veins. And then, outside, the world changes. It begins with a dimming, not sudden but slow, like the breath of the universe fading. Shadows lengthen across the walls. The air turns colder. You glance toward the window. The sky is wrong. At first you think a storm has rolled in, thick clouds maybe swallowing the stars. But when you look closer, you realize the truth. There are no clouds, no stars, no moon, only black. A blackout sky. It isn't night, it is absence. A ceiling of nothingness stretched across the town, heavy, absolute, pressing downward until it feels like the horizon has collapsed. Your chest tightens. You stumble back from the glass, sleeve slipping, the circle on your arm burning faintly. The whispers stir immediately, alive inside your skull. We take the sky. We erase the heavens. We prepare the stage. You rush outside, desperate, hoping your eyes deceive you. But the silence of the street confirms it. The town sleeps beneath a sky that no longer exists. Houses lie pale under the dim glow of street lamps, but above them, void. The lamps flicker uneasily, as if straining against the nothing pressing down. Their light dies a few feet upward, swallowed whole by the darkness. You crane your neck, trying to find a single star, a fragment of moon, anything to anchor you. There is nothing, only void. The longer you stare, the worse it becomes. The blackout isn't still, it ripples faintly, like fabric stirred by invisible hands. Waves of darkness move across it, deeper shades sliding against each other. You squint. For a heartbeat, you see shapes, long, thin, stretching across the void. Then they vanish again. Your knees weaken. You whisper into the air, "What did you do?" The answer fills you at once, layered, overlapping. We closed it. We hid it. We blacked it out so only we may pass through. The words vibrate through your bones. You clutch your arm, trembling as the circle glows brighter in answer. The animals would have cried, once. Dogs barking, birds scattering. But they are gone, silenced long ago. Now only your breath fills the street, ragged and shallow. You turn in circles, desperate for proof that the world still exists. Trees sway faintly in the night wind, but their leaves carry no sound. The fountain in the square stands dry. The clock tower looms above, its hands frozen again. The blackout sky watches from above, endless and empty. You stagger back toward your house, but the whispers follow, threading through every corner of your mind. Fear not the dark. Fear not the silence. Fear what moves within. You freeze, heart hammering, because in the void above, something does move. At first it is subtle, a ripple crossing the black, stretching unnaturally far. Then another, closer, sharper. Your breath catches. Shapes. Long, angular, shifting slowly, too large to comprehend. They swim through the blackout like shadows beneath deep water. One passes directly overhead. For a moment you see its outline, wide, sharp, edges glowing faintly with silver light. And then it is gone, blending back into the void. You collapse to your knees, eyes wide, body trembling. The whispers sharpen, urgent now. They cross now. They pass through the blackout. They arrive unseen. You want to scream, to run, to wake the town, but the silence is too heavy, swallowing your voice before it leaves your lips. The blackout sky lowers, closer, pressing harder, until it feels like it might crush the rooftops. Your sleeve slips back again. The circle burns so brightly it casts its own glow across your skin. The void answers, rippling, alive. You stumble backward, retreating into your house. The walls groan as though straining against the weight above. Lights flicker, bending shadows into long, thin shapes that crawl across the ceiling. The whispers curl around your final breath before the blackout deepens completely. They are here. Look closer. Look closer. You cannot resist. You look up one last time, and in the endless void, where no star dares remain, you see them, shapes forming, not clouds, not ships, figures, tall, thin, watching. The blackout sky presses low, heavy as stone. You stand frozen beneath it, staring at the shapes that glide silently through the void. They move like ships, like shadows, like something older than both. And then, slowly, inevitably, one begins to descend. The air bends, the street hums, and your body stiffens. The glow on your arm burns bright, so bright it pierces your sleeve. And then they are there. It is not a landing, not in the way planes or machines land. One moment, the void is empty. The next, they stand before you, tall shadows carved from the blackout itself. Thin, endless, heads bowed slightly, their eyes too black, too deep. 4. No. 5. They arrange themselves in a half circle around you, their silence thicker than the void above. Your throat tightens. You want to speak, to scream, but your voice is gone. The silence forbids it. The meeting has begun. At first, nothing happens. They simply stand, still as stone, their presence filling the air until you cannot breathe. Then, the whispers return, not sound, but vibration in your bones, fragments seared into thought. Thread. Chosen. Center. The words fracture, scattered, yet their meaning pierces. You clutch your arm, gasping. What do you want from me? The nearest figure tilts its head, slow, deliberate, and the answer blooms in your mind. To finish what we began. The silence deepens. The street around you dissolves. Houses fade. Trees vanish. You are no longer standing outside your home. You are standing in white emptiness again, an echo of the room you thought you had left. The figures remain, black against the blinding light. One steps closer. Your knees buckle under its weightless gravity. You fall, palms pressed against the floor that isn't floor. The silence shatters your breath. The whispers grow clearer. You remember pieces, but we remember whole. Images flash across your vision, your chill, stood drawing, the soldier's haunted eyes, the scientist's cold testimony, the redacted sentence. Each burns and fades, layering into a mosaic that forms only one picture, you. The figures do not move like humans. Their bodies bend in impossible rhythm, gliding closer without sound. One raises a hand, long, thin, jointless. It hovers above your head, not touching, yet heavy as mountains. Your thoughts convulse, memories surge and collapse, broken shards colliding until you cannot tell past from present. We gave you silence. We gave you memory. Now you give us voice. You choke. Voice? The figure leans closer, its black eyes spilling into you. You will speak when we arrive. Through you, we are heard. A chill coils down your spine. No, I can't. The whispers overlap, layered, endless, drowning you. You will. You must. You already do. The circle on your arm pulses violently, syncing with their rhythm. You cry out silently, the sound stolen from your throat before it escapes. And in that silence, they lean closer still. For a moment, you think the meeting ends. The figures retreat slightly, their forms blurring into the white. Relief stirs in you, fragile, foolish. Then, as one, they move again, surrounding you. Their tall shadows stretch across the floor, swallowing you whole. Their black eyes stare down, unblinking. The silence presses deeper, heavier, until even your thoughts feel smothered. And the final whisper slides cold through your skull. The meeting is not finished. It is only beginning. The circle on your arm burns hotter than fire. The tall shadows close in, their endless black eyes fixed on you. The silence is unbearable, crushing every sound before it can live. And then the world bends. The whiteness around you fractures like glass. Shards of light peel away, falling into nothing. You stumble forward, clutching your chest as the floor dissolves beneath your feet. For a heartbeat, you are nowhere. Then, you are everywhere. The vision begins. At first, it is your town. Familiar streets, the clock tower, the fountain, the diner where the soldier once spoke. But something is wrong. The sky is not sky. It glows silver white, alive with shifting orbs that hover low, filling the horizon. No sun, no stars, only them. The people stand in the square, hundreds of them, silent as statues. Their eyes stare upward, unblinking. Their mouths hang open slightly, lips moving in whispers you cannot hear. Your heart pounds. What? What is this? The answer shudders through your skull, layered and certain. Tomorrow. The vision deepens. You move through the streets, though your feet never touch the ground. Houses stand hollow, their windows shattered, curtains fluttering in a wind you cannot feel. Stores remain open, shelves untouched, but no one enters. Dogs stand in yards, tails still, mouths open but voiceless. Birds perch on wires that no longer carry power. Cats crouch in alleys, motionless, their eyes glassy. The silence has consumed them all. This is preparation. This is arrival. You turn a corner. The black sedan waits, but not alone. Dozens more line the street, each identical, each humming softly. Their windows gleam, hiding whatever sits inside. You peer closer, desperate for a glimpse. Inside one, you see it, tall, thin, its black eyes staring back. They no longer hide. They ride openly now, their cars the chariots of silence. The whispers bloom again. We walk among them. We ride their roads. We live their days. The vision pulls you farther, to the school, the playground, the classrooms. Children sit at desks, their notebooks open. Each page carries the same circle drawn again and again, perfectly uniform, as though etched by a single hand. You stumble backward, gasping. In one child's face, you see yourself, not as you were, as you are, the mark glowing faintly beneath the sleeve. We thread through generations, memory to memory, line to line. The air grows heavier, the vision tightens. You are lifted higher now, above the town. From here, the silence spreads outward like a stain, rolling across fields, swallowing highways, erasing cities. Everywhere you look, the same. People standing still, eyes upward, lips moving without sound. The world has fallen into quiet. The world has surrendered. And above it all, the blackout sky hums, alive with shapes too large to name. This is tomorrow. This is what waits. You want to scream. You want to deny it, to tell yourself this cannot be, this will not be. But deep inside, you know denial is another lie. You whisper hoarsely, when? When does this happen? The answer coils through you, cold as ice. Already begun. The vision twists sharper. You see your own house, windows glowing faintly. Inside, your parents sit at the table, motionless, their eyes blank, their mouths moving in silent rhythm. You rush toward them, shouting, but no sound leaves your throat. The closer you draw, the clearer their lips become. They whisper only one word, your name, again and again, until the sound is unbearable in its silence. You stumble back, clutching your head. The vision shatters around you, fragments breaking like glass. The whiteness returns, the tall shadows waiting in their circle. The whispers fill you one last time. Now you know. Now you see. Tomorrow is silence. And you are the voice that will remain. The shadows lean closer, the silence tightens, and you realize with a dread that shakes every bone, tomorrow is not distant. Tomorrow is here. The vision fades, leaving you trembling in the white void. The tall shadows stand around you, silent as pillars, their eyes endless black pools that swallow your fear. You want to ask why. You want to ask why me, why now, why this. But the silence forbids questions. Instead, they step closer. One raises its hand, long and jointless, hovering above your chest. The glow on your arm burns brighter, spilling light across your skin. And then the message begins. It does not come in a single voice. It comes in all of them. The soldier's warning, the neighbor's confession, the scientist's truth. the redacted sentence. Each floods your mind at once, overlapping, layering, until the words blur into one unbearable chorus. We came before, we will come again. Silence prepares. Denial erases. Memory remains. You stumble backward, clutching your skull. The words aren't spoken, they are carved, seared into thought itself. You cry out silently, "Stop! Please, stop!" But the message does not stop, because it is not meant for you. It is meant to be carried through you. Fragments pour in faster now, images stitched between words. You see highways filled with empty cars, engines idling but no drivers inside. You see cities glowing faintly beneath skies of silver light, their people standing motionless in the streets. You see children sketching circles on paper that never tears, repeating the pattern until the world itself becomes a mark. And through it all, the whisper continues. You will speak for us. You will tell them. We arrive in silence. The shadows lean closer, towering above you. Their forms ripple, bending the light, their faces stretching into impossible shapes. The message burns deeper. You are thread. We pulled you from memory. We wove you into tomorrow. Now you will weave others. You collapse to your knees, shaking, whispering into the floor. I can't. I won't. The answer crashes into you, undeniable. You already do. Your vision fractures again. You are in the diner, but it is empty. You sit across from no one, speaking words that are not yours. You are on the highway, car stopped, whispering into the silence as lights hover above. You are standing in the square, townsfolk gathered around, their lips moving in rhythm with yours. Every scene ends the same way, with you speaking, with their silence listening. The shadows stretch taller, surrounding you completely now. Their black eyes merge into one endless void, and from it, the final words arrive, not whispered, not layered, clear. Tell them, we do not come to conquer, we come to continue. The silence is not death, the silence is surrender. Through you, they will know. Through you, they will obey. The words slam into your chest, heavy as stone. The glow on your arm burns so bright it sears the air. And then, suddenly, darkness. You wake in your bed. The room is ordinary. The dresser where it has always been. The clock ticking steadily. The window closed, curtains still. But your body trembles, because you remember. Because the message has not left. It sits inside you now, waiting. A weight behind your eyes. A static in your throat. A truth not yours but ready to be spoken. You clutch your arm, whispering into the empty room. I won't tell them. I won't. But the whispers curl back, calm, certain. You will. When the silence arrives, you will. The message sits inside you like a stone lodged in your throat. It presses every time you swallow, every time you breathe, every time you try not to think about it. You told yourself you would never speak it, but silence has become unbearable. So you begin. It happens first at the diner, the same booth where the soldier once warned you, where his voice quivered beneath the hum of coffee pots. Now the booths are filled again. Townsfolk sit where they always sat, coffee cups steaming, forks clinking on plates. For a moment, it feels almost normal. You slide into the corner, your hands trembling against the table. When the waitress asks what you'll have, you whisper instead, "They're coming." Her smile flickers. "Who's coming, sweetheart?" Your throat burns. The words slip out. The ones who made the silence, the ones in the sky, they gave me the message. They said I'd tell you. The waitress stares at you, then bursts out laughing. Not soft laughter, not nervous, shrill, jagged, too loud for the quiet room. Others join in, the man with the newspaper, the couple by the window, the cook behind the counter. Each one laughs, not at the words, but through them. Their voices rise higher, sharper, overlapping until the sound swells like a storm. You clutch your ears, but the laughter pierces. It is not natural, not human. It is mockery woven with static. The whispers flood your skull. Yay. Laughter is denial. Denial is silence. Silence belongs to us. You stumble out of the diner, the laughter following you into the street. The town has changed again. Everywhere you turn, people laugh. On sidewalks, in shops, at bus stops. Their faces contort into grins too wide, eyes glassy, mouths stretching open until the laughter sounds more like machines than people. It echoes down alleys, rattles through windows, climbs the frozen clock tower until the square itself seems to cackle. You SS your hands tighter over your ears, but the sound crawls through your bones. You shout into the noise, "It's real, I saw it, I remember." But your words drown in the laughter. That night, you try another way. You write the message down, scrawling across a notebook, desperate to capture it before it fades. The pen scratches furiously, your hand cramping, the words spilling faster than you can think. We do not come to conquer. We come to continue. The silence is not death. The silence is surrender. The ink smears. The page trembles. And then, faintly, the notebook laughs. The letters themselves twist, curling into jagged shapes that cackle silently across the page. You throw the book across the room, heart pounding. The whispers follow, calm, relentless. The world laughs because we told it to. Laughter is the mask of silence. Sleep abandons you. When you finally drift into dream, you stand in the square again. The benches are filled with townsfolk, just as before, but now, instead of staring blankly, they laugh in unison. The sound is endless, mechanical, churning through the air. You walk among them, shouting the message, pleading for them to listen. None do. They laugh until blood spills from their mouths, until their throats tear, until their bodies tremble. Yet the sound never breaks, never weakens. It is not theirs anymore. It belongs to something else. You wake gasping, throat raw, but the laughter lingers. Not outside, inside. A faint chuckle threaded through your thoughts, wrong and hollow, echoing in the spaces where your own voice should be. You clutch your head, trembling. No, not me, not inside. But the chuckle grows louder, steady, filling your skull until it drowns your own breath. The whispers rise with it. You carried the message. Now you carry the laughter. It spreads. It spreads. You stagger to the window, desperate for air. The blackout sky still hangs above, void pressing low, alive with ripples. The shapes swim through it, long and thin, and faintly, from that impossible dark, the sound carries down. Laughter. Not from the town, not from your mind, from them. Mocking, echoing, endless. And you realize, with dread colder than silence, the world isn't laughing at you. The world is laughing through you. The laughter lingers long after the streets grow still. It echoes in your ears, in your bones, in the marrow of thought itself. But as dawn breaks, or what passes for dawn beneath the blackout sky, it fades, not into noise, not into life, into silence, the kind that spreads deeper than sleep, heavier than night. You step outside, sleeve tugged over the circle on your arm, and see what remains. The town stands as it always has, the diner with its chipped windows, the square with its frozen clock, the houses lined neatly in rows. But the people are gone. Not gone, exactly, present, but erased. They sit on benches, stand in doorways, walk the streets in slow rhythm. Their eyes are wide, their mouths slightly open. No laughter now, no denial, only silence. You whisper their names, one after another. None answer. They have become legacy. You walk further, heart pounding past the school, past the empty playground. Children stand in the yard, each holding a notebook, each drawing the same circle again and again. Their pencils scrape faintly, but even that sound is devoured by the air. You try to tear one page away to see what lies beneath, but the paper dissolves in your hands. The mark repeats itself endlessly, bleeding across sheets that never run out. The whispers stir faintly, steady now, no longer fractured. We quiet them. We still them, so you may listen. The silence has weight now. It presses on your skin, on your chest, until even your breath feels stolen. You stumble back toward the square, desperate for proof of life, of noise, but the benches are filled again. The same faces, still, patient, waiting. The clock above has stopped forever, and for the first time, you understand. This is not erasure. This is legacy. Their silence is what will remain. That night, you sit at your desk, staring at the blacked-out sentence, the soldier's envelope, the torn file, the nomenos, tea-book with its circles, all fragments, all pieces, but they do not contradict. They converge, each denial, each whisper, each missing hour. They are the story, the legacy of silence, and you are its last witness. The whispers bloom one final time, softer than ever, almost tender. You carried memory, you carried message, now you will carry silence. You whisper back, hoarse, I don't want this. The answer presses gently. Want does not matter. Silence is what outlives you. You dream again, not of beams or shadows, but of tomorrow. Cities standing empty, oceans still as glass, forests without song, a world preserved, untouched, yet hollow, and above it, the blackout sky. The shapes glide silently across it, eternal, endless, watching. You wake with tears on your face. Your house is quiet. The world outside is quiet. Even your own thoughts are quiet now, except for the faint echo that will never leave. The message, the laughter, the silence. It will remain after you. It will remain after them. It will remain after everything. And as you stare into the window's reflection, you realize the truth. Your legacy is not words. Your legacy is not warning. Your legacy is silence.